When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, Mek Wi Talk, my people, Mek Wi Talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Mek Wi Talk, people, Mek Wi Talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, Mek Wi Talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, Mek Wi Talk, my people, Mek Wi Talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Mek Wi Talk, people, Mek Wi Talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, Mek Wi Talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another edition of the Mek Wi Talk program, right here on the Mek Wi Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. We're listening, watching from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean. We're listening, watching from around the world in the Eastern Caribbean. It is the Mek Wi Talk program. 10 years after Mario Deane's death, still no justice for his mother. And we're also seeing in today's paper, they're saying that social media is spreading propaganda news. The Minister of National Security is saying that we are spreading propaganda news because we're saying crime is, we don't believe the figure of the crime statistics. Only 3 people watching me. My God, what is going on here? Everybody stop watching me now because my cousin go on bad day today. Well, apparently, as we come on air here, 3 killed as gunmen attack 2 couple in St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. Yet the authorities in our country saying, and here we go again, West Kingston police have launched an investigation into, the West Kingston police have launched an investigation into the murder of a Jamaican Defense Force soldier doing an operation tour of duty in Demontown zone of the special operation on Friday morning. Him dead. Then you hear about, you know, if we should tally up the amount of murders that happen in this country, yet the Minister of National Security is saying to us that what we are saying is nonsense. Crime is going down. That's what the Minister of National Security is telling us, you know. That crime is going down. I want to say something here. That crime is going down. Then if crime is going down, Minister, of national security. Why are we getting up this morning and every day else and hear about the murders in this country? Huh? Come on, people, like up the super chat. There's a super chat on the bottom of the YouTube thing there. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to the Mek Wi Talk YouTube channel. Share up this live feed. If crime is going down, why are we getting up every day and hearing about how much murder is happening in this country? No, it's over 10 years. Over 10 years since Mario Deane has died. Over a decade. Am I correct? Since Mario Deane has died. And you hear nothing. No justice for this young man. Now you're hearing that the police in Montego Bay saying that they can't find any jury for the case. There is no jury system. Because they're saying that even although they get the jurors off the voters list, they don't trust it. Dear God Almighty, have mercy. Have mercy upon us, O Lord. They don't trust it. Now the question must be asked of all of us. Of all of us. When we will ever get justice in this country? I want to play a video for you all. Let me play the video here. I want to play a video for you all here. Boy, I wonder if Head Boy is coming on. I want to play this video for you. Listen to this.
Calls for justice in the Mario Deane case continue to grow louder nearly a decade after the tragic events that led to his death. Deane died in 2014 after being beaten in police custody. This matter remains at the center of the high-profile case involving 3 officers. Now, despite numerous delays, the fight for accountability is far from over. Roman Gordon has the latest from a recent protest and updates on the stalled legal proceedings.
Cries for justice in the case of then 31-year-old Mario Deane reverberate even now, almost 10 years after the controversial slaying. Back in 2014, Deane, who was held after being found with a single ganja spliff, was beaten to death while in police custody. 3 officers implicated in the incident. The case has been postponed several times, adding to the frustration of one closest to the quandary.
And 10 years is just too long, too long.
Deane's mother, Mercia Fraser, has led annual protests demanding justice for her son, his case being postponed again to November 18, this time due to lack of jurors.
What we are facing, especially in St. James, is an issue where it's hard for us to find jurors for all the cases involved, not just this case in particular. And we really have been working with the court administration to see how best we can find as many jurors as we can to get most of the cases that are in backlog out, which this case happens to be one of them.
The delays by the state is a travesty to justice. Come November 18th, we must see the trial date commencing for Mario Deane.
Jamaicans for Justice JFJ have since 2014 advocated for swift justice and also police accountability. Today, its executive director, Mickel Jackson, says time has run out.
Come November 18th, the Jamaican state must say to the people that, listen, now is the time to end police impunity. Now is the time for state accountability. Now is the time for those who were a part of this gentleman's death to be held to account.
The St. James Police say they want justice, with Commanding Officer Eron Samuels offering remedies for the current juror deficit, even suggesting judge-only trials.
We understand the plight, and we want persons to know that we are interested in justice.
I want you to stand up for justice with Miss Fraser. Let her know that you're supporting her call, because again, when it is that we don't demand accountability from the state, it could be you next.
Ramon Gordon for CVM News.
You all see that? The mother has been calling for justice for over 10 years now. Over 10 years. And she can't get justice. They want to cook up this case, you know. They want to cook up this case. They want to cook up the case. That is the plan. They want to cook up this case. You know how long this mother has been pleading for justice for her son? It's same way. It's same way. The mother of Donnelly Donaldson will be pleading for justice for her daughter. Will be pleading for justice. And there will be no justice for Donnelly Donaldson. Let's pray and hope that the mother do get justice. But based on what is going on in this country of ours, over 10 years now, Mario Deane mother has been waiting for justice for her son. And she can't get the justice all now. Over 10 years. Over 10 years, the mother of Mario Deane has been waiting for justice. He was locked up in the Barnett Street Police Station in Montego Bay for a little ganja spliff. And they beat the young man in 2014. Beat him to death. And until now, there is no justice in this country of ours. And yet you have this Minister of National Security coming out and saying that people, some unscrupulous people is talking about crime is going on in, or how crime not going on in the country. How we don't believe nothing the JCF said. Well, let me make something clear to you, Dr. Harris Chang, Deputy Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, and Minister of National Insecurity, and Minister of Defense. The people of Jamaica don't believe nothing that the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the Minister of National Insecurity, the Commissioner or the Deputy Commissioner say, we the Jamaican people do not believe nothing on us say. On is a bunch of set of pathologically mendacious individuals. In other words, on is a set of damn liars. Over 10 years, this woman has been waiting for justice for her son. Where the Jamaica Constabulary Force members in Barnett Street murdered the woman child. And I know she can't get justice. And you have the audacity, you, Minister Chang, have the audacity to be coming on press conference and saying that the Jamaican people is disrespecting the JCF. We don't believe nothing on say. No crime not go down in Jamaica. Crime not go up in Jamaica. We don't believe nothing that the Jamaica Constabulary Force, the Jamaican people don't believe nothing that the Jamaica Constabulary Force, nothing that the Minister of National Insecurity, nothing that the Commissioner of Police, nor the Deputy Commissioner of Police says. We don't believe nothing that you say. It's a bunch of liars. $10 years now. Over 10 years now. And still there is no justice for Mario Deane. Where 3 police personnel is implicated, I think. Is it 3 or 4? I don't remember what it is. Is implicated in the murder of Mario Deane. And he was murdered in the police station. He was murdered in there. And you have the audacity, Dr. Chang. Dr. Harris Chang. Twiddly dum dum. You have the audacity. You have the audacity to be coming and telling us that we, the Jamaican people, is disrespecting the JCF. We don't believe nothing on say. It's a bunch of liars. I could have 31 people that watch me, I don't care. We don't believe nothing that Dr. Harris Chang, the so-called Minister of National Insecurity, we will not believe nothing that you say. Over 10 livelong years, the mother has been pleading for justice for her son, and she can't get it. Look from when Donnelly Donaldson disappeared, and all know Donnelly Donaldson's mother can't get justice. Look from when that blind girl at Huey disappeared, and all know our family can't get justice. Look how many young people in this country disappear, and all of them can't get justice. And you, Dr. Harris Chang, Jamaica's so-called world-class Minister of National Insecurity, have the audacity to be coming and telling the people that we don't respect the JCF. Does the JCF respect themselves? Or respect the Jamaican people? Only is a bunch of liars. Head boy, welcome to the program, sir. Head boy, I'm not hearing one thing you're saying. Look like they don't want to talk today. Head boy, if you're hearing me, I can't hear you. If you go to and come back in. How dare you know? How dare you know come on this and having press conference and tell about we the Jamaican people. I'm gonna play my here, can I miss so? 3 more people were killed in this country. 3 more since today. How crime should be going on in this country? Want to take us for a bunch of idiots? Listen to what Dr. Chang said. Mario Deane, mother, can't get justice for her child over 10 years. And this so-called Minister of National Insecurity. Hello?
Hi, Jeffrey, I'm back.
I hear you loud and clear now. It look like Dr. Chang now when you talk.
Well, you know them, they pick us up the bunks of right back. We're a hard man to dead, you know. And so
listen to this. I have 2 videos to play now. Huh?
Let me say good afternoon to your listeners and to the viewers as well.
I have 2 videos to play here. I play one already. I'm debating on Mario Deane.
Yes.
But also of what the Minister of National Insecurity have the audacity to be saying to the Jamaican people about crime. We don't believe nothing. We do not believe nothing that the Jamaica Constabulary Force says. The Jamaican people, Dr. Chang, do not trust you. They don't believe nothing that you say, sir. Dr. Harris Chang, the Jamaican people do not believe nothing that you say, sir. And we do not trust you, sir. Listen to what he said.
Still with national security, the minister has rebuked critics of the force's crime statistics. He issued firm condemnation from comments in some quarters discrediting the published numbers to date. Nika Lewis reports.
Something is amiss is a feeling some Jamaicans harbor whenever the police issue their crime figures indicating major crimes including murders are down. It's for some a notion that murders simply could not be declining with as many deaths and rumors of deaths saturating social media spaces daily. A rhetoric that has neither been lost on nor welcomed by the security minister.
I have a concern at attempts by elements of the public to discredit the police statistics. The method and of accumulating statistics has been used for decades by the police. When the statistics were bad, nobody questioned it. In fact, they were highlighted and used extensively. Recent comments by anonymous individuals and highlighted by media is disturbing because it undermines the work of the police.
He insists the government invested heavily in the police force and has increased its recruitment of bright Jamaicans, some with university degrees and technical skill set.
We have provided them with additional tools and good working space. So we are having results as we believed at the very beginning. To seek to question those statistics now is undermining the work of the police. It is disrespectful of the police force, and the democratic society could be considered treacherous when violence is as high as it is today, quite frankly. It is certainly highly unethical to raise issues of the work of the police force in a society in which we still have extremely high violence.
And the deputy prime minister, like his boss, says some Jamaicans appear bent on creating fear and panic. He too assures the police are ready to track down the criminals and prosecute them where possible.
It's as if some people are beginning to make an excuse for the horror imposed on people in Cherry Lane, because the police have been able to identify and seek to prosecute them. We have in fact detained many. One was killed in combat and others detained, another handed himself over. It was a brutal activity in Cherry Lane, and I think some people may be having some remiss, but that is not part of the justice system. We will find them, apprehend them, and lock them up. If they challenge the police, our police officers are trained and will deal with them. But this kind of excuse is not acceptable, it's not a part of the justice system. We will not even listen to it.
The minister was addressing the media this week after criminals opened fire, shooting 8 people at a wake in Point Hill, St. Catherine. At least one person died in that incident. Nika Lewis, CVM News.
So I want to know something now, Dr. Chan. A fool is a fool. It's stupid, the Jamaican people so stupid that we come on social media and we're spreading propaganda news when crime is going down, according to you. What you take us for? A bunch of numbskulls that we can't read and write when have no sense, Dr. Chan? If I mean like you that tell them my resignation, you're a disgrace as a minister. You're a disgrace to the people of this country. You're a national disgrace to the people of Jamaica, Dr. Harris Chang. You need to resign. Head boy, go ahead. I'm mad this evening. Head boy, you there with us? Okay. You have the audacity to become talking about some people is hell bent and making mischief. Making mischief where? Making mischief where? 8 Jamaicans were brutally murdered in this country. Huh? Not to come, since they were murdered, how much Jamaicans were murdered after that, Dr. Chan? How many Jamaicans were murdered after that, Dr. Chan? Since the massacre, the mass shooting in Clarendon, Dr. Chan, how many other Jamaicans were murdered after that, Dr. Chan? And now, at minutes after 2 o'clock, minutes after 1 in Jamaica, 3 more people are murdered in this country. And you, Dr. Chang, is telling us that we're hell-bent spreading mischief. Mischief where? Mischief where Dr. Harris Chang, the mother of Mario Deane, can't get justice in this country. The mother of Donnelly Donaldson still can't get justice in this country. Not to mention other Jamaicans who are languishing in the prisons in this country, who has never seen the light of a courthouse. Come and tell us about we're chatting nonsense. Huh? How many other Jamaicans in this country, Dr. Chang, must be murdered by gunmen in this country before you stop sleep? How many other Jamaicans, Dr. Chang, must be murdered in this country before you and the Prime Minister stop sleep? And you have the audacity to be coming and telling the Jamaican people, but no, you're hell bent in spreading mischief. Mischief where? It's a disgrace. You are a disgrace. You are a national disgrace as a Minister of National Security. You should resign. In which other modern democracy you can have so many Jamaicans murdered in this country and you still remain Minister of National Insecurity?
Jeffrey?
Go ahead, man.
You know, I feel your passion, but you know when you have one picnic where they head tough, huh? And it not make no sense. You say you take the whip over them head and over them back and beat them because it now go work. It not make no sense to beat the child. Right? In a sense, what I'm saying is that how did we get here? How did Minister Chang, how has he been allowed to continue as Minister of National Security? One, remember this man was accused of by the United States of being involved in what he was involved in. Yes? And the things that they accuse him of his involvement, they're not pretty things. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying, how did we get here to him being a Minister of National Security? The very files should have discredited him.
Damn disgrace to the people of this country. Have the audacity.
That's one, Jeffrey. Let me finish the point. Right? That's one. Two, how has he been so with the bad antecedents that he has, he should not be there. The other thing is with his performance as minister, he ought not to be here. But it is quite clear to me that as Jamaican people that say, I have secret for Andrew. You I don't think people understand how political parties run in Jamaica. Right? That a general secretary, you can't just take him out of post. So. Yeah? That the general
hold on there. How you mean he still remain as general secretary? But fire him from the Minister of National Security.
Jeffrey, but hold on, I'm showing you are talking about what should happen. I am telling you what is happening in the political sphere in Jamaica. You think it is easy to fire one general secretary and party will have dirt by everybody? Hello? So this points to the underbelly of the JLP. Why is it that he cannot be removed? What does he know and Andrew Holness that we don't know? Yeah? And it begs the question, and I'm not being exaggerative because people might be saying, well, what are you trying to say here? I'm not trying to say anything. I'm saying it must be that the man have secret for the man. Because it's the only way in 6 years this man has been Minister of National Security and for every single year. But you know, my granny have a way of saying the same knife for stick sheep, stick goat. You remember in 2014, right? This loudmouth, him and loudmouth Mackenzie, right? And two color head Charles, right? And Brogard, right? Were quite vociferous about the crime. Remember now the crime numbers were way lower than this. We were not having mass shootings. Yes? But now we have a discussion now that the same man who used to be critical of the force then is saying that that Jamaican people should not be critical of the force. Brethren, you can't bake your cake and eat it. Is that you're going to bake the cake and share it, but you alone can't eat off the cake in this sense. And I think you understand exactly where I'm coming from, Jeffrey.
Yes.
So people have to understand now that is them started. They were used to question the statistics from the government when crime was not even so rampant. They told us we could sleep with our doors open. Is Horace Strang conceptualized that?
Now tell me something now, headboard. In which modern democracy can a woman be waiting for 10 years after the state, the security forces who pledge allegiance to serve and protect the people of this country, murder this woman's child for a ganja spliff? 10 years now, she still can't get justice for her son. And they're telling us that because of some jurors thing. Well, I'm going to listen to this because honestly, this is ridiculous. Listen to this.
Calls for justice in the Mario Deane case continue to grow louder nearly a decade after the tragic events that led to his death. Deane died in 2014 after being beaten in police custody. This matter remains at the center of the high-profile case involving 3 officers. Now, despite numerous delays, the fight for accountability is far from over. Ramon Gordon has the latest from a recent protest and updates on the stalled legal proceedings.
Cries for justice in the case of then 31-year-old Mario Deane reverberate even now, almost 10 years after the controversial slaying. Back in 2014, Deane, who was held after being found with a single ganja spliff, was beaten to death while in police custody. 3 officers implicated in the incident. The case has been postponed several times, adding to the frustration of one closest to the quandary.
And 10 years is just too long, too long.
Deane's mother, Mercia Fraser, has led annual protests demanding justice for her son, his case being postponed again to November 18, this time due to lack of jurors.
What we are facing, especially in St. James, is an issue where it's hard for us to find jurors for all the cases involved, not just this case in particular. And we really have been working with the court administration to see how best we can find as many jurors as we can to get most of the cases that are in backlog out, which this case happens to be one of them.
The delays by the state is a travesty to justice. Come November 18th, we must see the trial date commencing for Mario Deane.
Jamaicans for Justice JFJ have since 2014 advocated for swift justice and also police accountability. Today, its executive director, Mickel Jackson, says time has run out.
Come November 18th, the Jamaican state must say to the people that, listen, now is the time to end police impunity. Now is the time for state accountability. Now is the time for those who were a part of this gentleman's death to be held to account.
The St. James Police say they want justice, with Commanding Officer Eron Samuels offering remedies for the current juror deficit, even suggesting judge-only trials.
We understand the plight, and we want persons to know that we are interested in justice.
I want you to stand up for justice with Miss Fraser. Let her know that you're supporting her call, because again, when it is that we don't demand accountability from the state, it could be you next.
Ramon Gordon for CVM News.
That is what is going on in our country. And when we speak about it, Dr. Chang is saying to us that we are spreading propaganda. Go ahead for me, head boy.
You know, I remember this vividly. I remember the death of Mario Deane vividly. As I say, with clear memory. I remember it as if it was yesterday. I sat the morning at home, yeah, at the time that occurred in 2014, yeah. I remember
Yeah.
then Minister Bunting was the minister, and much to his credit, much to Bunting's credit, yeah, this is when you have a minister who does not insult, which is the policy of this government, but rather consults, yeah. Bunting expressed his deep sadness with the whole issue. I don't know if you recall that. And he went as further reaching out to the family. And then he made a pledge. And I think that's when Mark Golding came in and they said, never again will we have somebody locked up. Remember when they were making the ganja law, they mentioned Mario Deane, Yeah? When they were decriminalizing. No, but Jeffrey, it is not a matter. It is not, and this is the issue. This incident occurred on the eve, just a little bit before the People's National Party left power. And I'm not trying to politicize anything, but what I'm saying to you, right, that this should be something that Watley Struck should be pushing as Justice Minister.
You mean Injustice Minister, not Justice Minister, Injustice Minister?
But I can tell you which cases he's busy pushing. He's busy pushing his friends who he's very close to see if they can get acquittals. It's not everything good for talk. But that is what he's been doing. So I'm saying, how could it be? How could you have after 10 years? This is a travesty of justice. We have set up what is called the Cannabis Licensing Authority, right? And Mario Deane died in jail for a spliff. And you mean to tell me that in any sensible jurisdiction that we were, a fund would have been set up in his name, that even if the Cannabis Licensing Authority make $10, that at least $1 of that $10 would have gone to Mr. Deane's estate. Yeah? These guys have no compassion. They have no sense of care. Yeah? Because a dirty foot people pick me. I wonder if you realize how they're pushing other matters. I am strong and I'm not trying to in any way would belittle the issues surrounding Keith Clark. But you realize that the Keith Clark issue is being pushed faster and further than this.
And you beg to ask the question.
This occurred 4 years after Keith Clark. They're not far apart.
And nothing.
So the Vumva V and the Vumva Va, we're not trying to in any way discredit what has happened to Mr. Clark and the mourning that his family is mourning. Because we know they killed Keith Clark in his house. They killed him, the state killed him.
They don't kill him, they assassinate him. Well, it's the same thing anyhow, but they assassinated him in his house.
So, it is...
And what they did was to give a man who presided over the assassination of somebody. Anyway, should continue talking here because I'm going to start this evening.
No, but what I'm saying to you, and that is what, you see, we have selective outrage in Jamaica, right? And this is what is killing us as a society, right? These are the issues that people should go and occupy the street, because if it can happen to Mario, remember, it was a spliff, and the statement he said to the police officer that caused Mario Deane to die in jail.
Yep.
The man is a construction worker. The man was a known construction worker, builder, on his way to work. Like every young man in Jamaica do in the morning, them rise up, them do a thing. That's how it goes.
Murder him.
And then he was battered, bruised in prison, and they claim it was the prisoners who beat him up. When prisoners could not have that level of equipment to beat him. So it's obvious it was like the police officers who beat him. And that's what the state, and the state must take responsibility for this. But I'm saying too that the mother needs to find, it cannot be that you have a competent attorney and this now. There needs to be something. I am not saying, but I would switch my attorney and find somebody who can deal with this matter.
Maybe what she need is switch to Isaac Buchanan.
And team, you have it's not just Isaac alone, because I want people to
Yes.
realize
The
Isaac
team,
is a
yes.
team. Isaac, John Clark, Miss Labiche, and Mr. Chevaraya. Yeah? They're a team. So she needs to, because you cannot tell me for 10 years you are trying to get a settlement in this matter. A matter of fact, the state should not even waste any time with proceeding to they should just give damages, just a lot damages to the woman.
No man, they said they can't get no jury. And they must move the case from Montego Bay to Kingston. Because apparently nobody live in Montego Bay.
No, so it's a hag and goat live down there.
Yes, it looks so. Because they can't get in the jury according to the police. And the police is saying that obviously they can't trust the
and finish the point, Jeffrey. Let me take this call.
Yes. They can't finish the vote. They can't trust the voters list. And moreover, on the voters list, people will say they live at Timbuktu. When they don't live at Timbuktu, they live further than Timbuktu. But this is what's going on in this country. Our people face the hands of injustice in this country day by day. You're damn if you do, you're damn if you don't. You're damn if you do, and you're damn if you don't. Ten years. Donnelly Donaldson's case supposed to call up back come September. Will she get justice? Where is Donnelly Donaldson? Where are the countless of Jamaicans that gone missing? Where are the countless of Jamaicans that has been murdered in this country? 10 years. And Mario Deane's mother still cannot get justice for him. Please share this live feed. We only have 57 people watching us, and that should not be. It wasn't that way. Anyway.
Yes, Jeffrey. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. But I'm saying this is a failure of our justice system. And to tell you the truth, we are talking about constitutional reform, removing Queen as head of King as head of state and putting up president. What we need to do is bring reform, basic justice reform for the ordinary man and woman before we even achieve that. So people have been jumping up and touting them on about constitutional. What about the rights? What about the rights that are enshrined? Why should somebody who has died for 10 years now, his estate, be lingering in court to hear a ruling when he was clearly killed by the state? There's no question if the man was killed by the state, you know. The man was in the custody of the state when he was killed. For a spliff.
For a little ganja spliff, the sense meania.
But we have 5 suspects for talcum powder, where it take with 2 weeks to know who them be. But in one day they could have arrested Mr. Deane without even because how you charge a man and because police writing report that something with a vegetable, because they will never say ganja, they say vegetable matter resembling ganja. Yeah? So you charge a man for a vegetable matter resembling ganja. You didn't do no test. You don't have the lab right there's a pan spot to test to say it's ganja the man have. I just saying, you know, I'm showing you something. Right?
Yes.
You charge a man for matters, vegetable matters resembling ganja. And then you put him in lockup. And in your custody he dies. Right? And we must wait for us. The state should act. The Minister of Justice and there are provisions within the Ministry of Justice that they can act. That is why you have the Victim Support Unit. There are measures under the restorative justice mandate that they can act and actually help the man's family. This was the breadwinner for the family, for his mother, for his children. And we have snuffed out his life. His children never to see him again, and his mother never to see him again. And after 10 years, the only response we can get from incompetent Chuck and Sleepy Chang, right, is we must leave it alone. Stop playing with statistics. But if the stats not adding up, they're not adding up.
Because the fact of the matter is, if 8 Jamaicans were murdered in this country one time, one massacre, one massacre, then you count that plus what happened after the massacre. And now I'm being told by the Jamaica Gleaner that 3 more people were murdered in this country. Not to mention what happened with we haven't seen him see it. And Dr. Chang is saying to us that we mustn't say anything about it. What is this? A totalitarian country must shut our mouth?
Yeah.
Dr. Chang, hold on for me, head boy. Dr. Chang, you and the Prime Minister and the President over Russia, you know, or China, you know. Jamaica is a democracy, freedom of speech. And we will continue to speak out for the people of this country. What you need to do, Dr. Chang, is resign as Minister of National Security. Quiet for me, head boy. Go ahead, head boy. Head boy, you there?
Yes, my friend.
Go ahead, man.
I mean, you have extended. This should not be seen near the parliament, period, because of his tainted history. How could you take up the national security apparatus and give to somebody who has no sense of security, right? And no sense of decency? This man has never traveled to the US since he has become Minister of National Security, which is a key ally and partner of us.
I think he traveled there one time when Donald Trump was in. Yes, man. He was seen sitting outside the bathroom at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, but he was holding bathroom posts. So as were some others that were as they say in certain parts of the world, that they were busy kissing, you know what? Yeah, and but remember that when he traveled that time, was he the Minister of National Security? No, he was not.
Then when he traveled, he was what then?
When did Donald became president in 2016? No,
I think so. Yeah.
Yes, and remember Chang never became minister until 2019. 2018, 2019, because if memory serves me right,
no man,
he was minister.
Remember that Donald took over from Barack,
Barack.
And
Yeah,
Barack
which was 2016.
No,
right.
2018. Yeah, because remember Hillary was running with Donald.
Yes, and that would have been in the 2018. No man, check it again, because 2020.
Remember that Donald. Remember that Obama came out at 2018.
No. No, you're getting it wrong, my friend. The elections of 2020. Remember that we had the riots in Washington in 2020, right after.
Oh yes, that's true. Yes.
Man, remember you're dealing with a student of politics, my friend.
Yes.
In 2016, when the People's National Party lost in February, the Republicans won in the US in November of the said year. Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
Haven't won that election, right? Montego was appointed minister for 2.5 years, which would have then take us to 27. Oh, I see. Which would have taken us to 2017. So when he did travel, he traveled as Minister of National Security. That's what I wanted to do was to drill down to make sure that my memory was in fact correct. But yes, that was the one and only time. And I am told he could not go outside of Washington.
Hmm.
They gave him a Fidel Castro treatment. Come meet with us, but you are only allowed 1 mile or 2 square mile. No further. Huh? You must stay within the vicinity. So I'm saying no, that is why your friend, the former commissioner, has been sent to the US now. So what he will be the de facto Minister of National Security, you know. Don't you see what they're doing?
Yes. Because he's gonna take over from
But he ought
that
not
godly
to,
lady there.
but it is wrong because he ought not to be ambassadors are not ministers of national security. So he should not be allowed. That one that left Jamaica should never be allowed near the national security apparatus, you know. Like how them did say Arbin Hill should not be seen near no bank. Yeah?
Hmm.
It's not Mr. Sena, it's the Bank of Oman down in the Middle East.
So what?
Yeah?
You should not be seen in the bank?
Should not be seen near any bank.
Oh Lord.
And he's now our industry and investment minister. I tell you, it's a gang of 49, you hear? And 3/4 of who is in the gang are known prevailing elements of questionable characters. Let's put it that way. Yeah?
My Lord.
Something is wrong with these guys. And you know, I stopped beating up my gum. These days, Jeffrey, honestly, I took a break the other day. I had some, as you know, I would have shared with you privately. I had some work doing. And I have taken the decision that I am not saying anything much these days. You know why? And let me tell you why. The Jamaican people need to start talk for themselves. And how do you talk? By going on the road. We are incensed. Look at what happened. Them can't make nice about cartel. And everything now is when it's cartel next show, when it's cartel is what is cartel doing. But you can't see what's happening to yourself. So I don't see why I should what we love in Jamaica is we love to say, yes, Jeffrey talk up the things them, but they hide back at Jeffrey. But they don't have to say what they have to say for themselves. And I think we need to look at this dumbing. I've been talking about it, Jeffrey, the dumbing down of the Jamaican people. Why are the people afraid to come out and talk? Them little, but you see when this has been the JLP philosophy from historically in 1980, there was not one damn protest in Jamaica against Edward Seaga. Who would dare do that?
But you know what I realize? That the Labour Party is more willing to stage a demonstration against the PNP, you know. And the PNP just silent with everything when they're in opposition.
No, because the PNP believe as if, you see, the PNP has this middle class philosophy, you know. This intellectual feeling that intellectual morality can always win wars. That's not what win elections. What win elections is you going on the ground and riling up the people and letting the people understand and join with you in what you're advocating for.
Yes.
Now, I am saying I'm expecting, I'm going to give Mark Golin some little leeway. I'm expecting that a conference, the People's National Party conference, will be away 3 weeks' time from now. And I'm saying at that conference, I'm expecting him to paint a vivid picture of the direction that he intends to take the country and how he's going to deal with this scourge of crime. Because he has given recommendations in the past that these idiots have never accepted. A very sensible recommendation. Hold on, Jeff. A very sensible recommendation that he gave was for them to go after they say we have 300 to 400 known violence producers in the country. Yeah? Known to be violence producers. Then why on God's earth you can't get a warrant from a justice of the peace or from a magistrate of the court to lock up these fellas and then do your investigation? That's what Mark.
Good question.
Yesterday, you lock them up, the investigation, and then when your investigation conclude, but Chang, who is the Minister of National Security, who when the one of the infamous leaders of the Stonecrusher gang died, the last number he called was him when them checked the phone.
And nothing has been done.
So no, I want to point. Imagine the man who is now the Minister of National Security. When a known gangster died in Montego Bay, they called his phone.
Hold on there for me.
I tell you, this man is
Good
a
afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program. You're live.
Good afternoon, Jeffrey. Good afternoon, head boy.
Good afternoon, my
And good
friend.
afternoon, listeners. Well, this is Kimon calling in.
Yes.
I called to talk about my side of injustice with Jamaica system. So in 2020, going to 2021, there was this man selling a piece of property. But it was a man that I knew that I grew up across the street from him, and his children abandoned him. He was there suffering. I got eating out his food, nobody giving him food, nothing. So I decided to give him food, help him out. He wanted to sell. And he said, you know what, why don't you let your husband buy the property from me so that you can get it? I said to him, you know, I just purchased a piece of property out the road, so I don't think so. He said, please, man, I need the money to take care of myself. So we went into business. So we went to adjust up the piece. We got a sale agreement draft up. He got witness. I got witness. We went and we draft up this agreement. He collected money. I allowed him sign for each money that I gave to him. So upon doing that, he took the money. We went into a full agreement. Nobody have any problem. No kids came around. Upon that event now taking place, there were no tax paid for the property over 7 years. I had to clear up all of those tax. I have to take care of everything. So he said to me, you know what, I don't have any bank account or anything, and I don't want to give this lady my money. So you know what, keep X amount of money back in the bank for me. When I'm ready for it, I'll just let you give it to me. But you can take full possession of the property. You can develop the property, do whatever you want. That's no problem. So I said, okay.
Hold on there for me.
So I started investing.
Hold on there for me now, Let me ask a question here. How old is that man?
Let me get you.
How old is the gentleman?
70.
All right. And
yes,
did he have a bank account where they could put the back money in for him?
No, he didn't have a bank account.
Oh, continue for me. Go ahead.
But his witness was aware of this, you know, because everything I incorporate the young witness that he have, which is a family member. So the witness is aware of everything that was taking place. Right? So all of a sudden one day this man just get up, and after investing over $4 million on the property, this man just get up one day and say, oh, you know what? I get called at my kids them here, so this place developing, and they said that I should stop. And you will have to just leave it alone. So I say, what you mean by I should just leave it alone? We are in a sale agreement. You watch me do this. We did all of this together.
Hold on for me. Head boy, I want to ask you something. Remember when I said about head boy? Head boy, I want to ask you something.
Stick up in car, because I see exactly where you're going. So this is obviously I see where you're going. The first question I want to ask in relation to that sales agreement, why wasn't an account? Yeah. Why didn't you take the gentleman to a bank to set up an account?
I didn't want to take him to hear that I am the one forcing him to do anything. One second. One second. To give the witness some money to keep for him. Yeah, he brought his brother here because he gave them some money also. So it wasn't like it was a blind.
No. I'm not saying that, my friend. You're preempting what I'm going to ask you. So you're answering to what you think I'm asking. I'm not asking that. What I'm saying was, why wasn't an account set up for this gentleman? Or why didn't you introduce him to an attorney or somebody who could have set up the account for him? The reason why I'm saying that, is that it would show you depositing your funds in this account, so there would be a traceability through the bank. That's what I'm saying, Yes? Receipts are okay. Anybody can draft, anybody can write a receipt. I could write $1 for $1 million to you right now, but I never gave you $1 million. You understand what I'm saying? Right. So I've been moved away from that. So no account was set up for him, which, by the way,
no, he didn't have an account, and he didn't want to get one. He didn't have
Okay.
any, and he didn't want to get one. So I
Right.
said,
So to the
okay.
point now
But
where
he's
you
somebody
reach
that
the
I
4
was
million.
very familiar with, because the fact is, he's like a family member, right? So
My friend,
I didn't see it as
when you're
like
doing
a big deal.
business,
I was just trying to help him.
hold up. When you're doing business, my friend, family member, friend or nothing, agreements must be set up in a certain way. Now, let's get to the long and short of it. How can we, hold on now. How can we help you? Because I want to hear exactly what is the challenge and how can we help you. Because I'm not a lawyer, Jeffrey's not a lawyer. So this sounds like something you have to go take to a lawyer. So tell us the long and short of it.
Yes, man. So the whole story boiled down now to I
Exactly.
became one agreement, and I said, okay, fine. You know what? Since there's going to be a disagreement, just give me back my money then. Give me back the money that I spent. I'll get a valuator. You evaluate your kids or whoever want the property can just reimburse me. I take my walk, and everything go back to normal. That's no problem. He said, okay.
How much money?
So after that, now pardon?
How much money did you spend already?
Over 4 million, and I gave him 185.
Mama.
So I was interested to even go on payment plan with them and everything. So I said, okay, you know what? I could get a valuator. We get an attorney if you wish, and we settle things that nobody have any problem. Everybody be comfortable. So upon saying that, now I got myself an attorney. This attorney collected money from me. She took the money. She did nothing. She promised me that, okay, I'm going to put it through the court. You're going to get a court date. We're going to settle matter. You'll get back your money, whatever. This woman took the money and did nothing. So I said, look, if you're not going to assist me, please, cut your consultation fee and reimburse me then so I can move on to another attorney. She said she can't give me back any of my money. And until this day, she hold on to the money. She didn't file any paper. She didn't draft up anything. She didn't do it. She did absolutely zero for me.
Have you reported her to the Bar Association of Jamaica?
I brought her to the General Legal Counsel.
Yeah.
When I went there, they took the case after sending me on a long run trip. After going there, they said, okay, we have this date set for hearing. They served her a paper. She didn't respond. You have this period of time that you have to respond before, because you know that it's default judgment if you don't respond within a set amount of days. Mm-hmm. She did not respond any at all. When she responded was 1 day before the court date, which she dishonored the court. She did not show up. No one had no problem with it. Next case again, next court date, they said, okay, we'll go via Zoom. She called, she started saying, oh, I have issues with my internet, and all of these excuses, they still lie with her. They said to her, we'll charge you a fine for dishonoring the court of 50,000. She said, oh, I can't pay that, Mr. Shanti. He said, okay, pay $30,000. She did not pay it.
One second. Do you mind saying who the attorney is? Because it's not me.
It's Anne-Marie Bishop. It's an attorney in Stenan's Bay. And I have proof of every payment, every conversation with her, everything. I document everything. I have every receipt I spend. I have every single thing well documented that I can send to show as evidence.
All right. So she never executed your instructions as the client. Now, what exactly are you trying to seek? No, what advice? What are you trying to get across? No, that's where I'm heading to.
Yes. So after that, to show you how the legal counsel is unfair, she dishonored the court. She didn't respond, which is default. They give her a slap on the wrist. Even trial date, they told me that I cannot be absent for trial date. I was present at every session. She was not. And they still allowed her to come, which from a dishonor the court, I should be the favorable person. The trial date, they tell us that we cannot miss trial. Traveling from St. Anne to Kingston for the trial date. When I reached there from 8 o'clock. And when I was there, it was a few minutes before the session, the email that said to me, oh, the session is cancelled. The trial date is cancelled for today because the panel will not be available. So I went over there and I said to them, listen, you want to text me 2 minutes before the session starts to tell me. And I traveled from St. Anne and reached to Kingston. So now the lady not present, neither the panel present. And I pushed back my medical trip just to attend this trial date. So now I have to pick up on the medical trip now and travel overseas. they contact me now and said, okay, we reschedule the trial for you. I contact them and I said, okay, I will not be able to make it to the trial because I am currently overseas. I'll be back on the 21st. So can you please put the trial till that date? You know what they did? They said that they had a trial behind my back and the case is done. So when I reached them and I went there, they said they didn't even speak to me. They sent the security and said, tell her that this matter is finished and it is out of the legal counsel. She was not present for trial and Miss Bishop is favorable. Wherein that is justice.
Hold on there for me now. I want to get in contact with Miss Bishop because I need to hear her side of the story too.
Yes, and I have the evidence. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send all of the evidence to you.
Please do.
So you can see it. Yes, you can see it. And from that time, from 2020 until this day, I have paid an attorney. They have filed the matter and everything. I have visited the Supreme Court. I have asked them what is the hold up, and I have everything. And until now, and the persons, they don't want to pay back any money or anything.
So hold on here.
So I will definitely have to take it to the Supreme Court.
So let me ask you a question now. Out of the kindness of your heart, that's what you're saying to us on this program here. You decide because you never won the land. But the old man said to you, no. Better me sell you the land because you already helping me out and whatever. And you decide to help him out. And none of him pits ni them.
Yeah.
None of him pits ni them. Never know nothing about him. He did that for hungry.
Exactly.
And you decide to try and help him. And now, because of the money running.
The capacity develop now.
Yeah, because of the money running. It look like Silicon Valley now, according to the Prime Minister.
What they did, Jeffrey, you know, after they found out what they did, they came and took away all the money that he have and abandoned him, and he's there suffering. Because he didn't have a bathroom, the house was falling down on him, he's inside looking out. I'm going to send you the condition that he was living in, and I build a bathroom so that he could have it. I build the property and say, okay, you can live there. I am not going to throw you out because you don't have anywhere to go. So even after purchasing the property, I allowed him to stay there, and I would have fixed the property and let him stay there because, as I said, I didn't have to live there. So the whole community that I grew up in, they know this story because everybody was shocked because I was the only person looking out for this man and helping him out.
Oh Lord, what happened to him?
No children, nothing.
Lord of mercy, we have not get in contact with the lawyer. Miss Bishop, if you're hearing this lady here on the Mek Wi Talk program, Miss Bishop, can you give us a call on the program?
I have our contact. I have even our contact and stuff. I can try reaching out and see what I can do because she knew in herself that she wronged me. And I have this conversation from WhatsApp right down to everything, to the receipt where I FedEx her all my information, to the messages where it showed that she did not file any paper or anything to say. She filed documents for me because I said, okay, if you feel like you work and you work $100,000, for example, take the 100,000 in and give me the balance. For $100 I have left, give me the $100. And even upon that agreement, she still refused to give me back $1.
And she hasn't filed anything in the court at all.
The day before one of the sessions, she filed, I have that document, I'm going to show it to you also. She filed that document, but it was filed out of time. Once 45 days pass after submitting a document to the Supreme Court and you don't respond, it's called default judgment. So Miss Bishop should have gotten a default judgment at that time. So she should not be allowed to file a paper and they accept it at that moment. Because if I was the one who filed that matter out of time, I would have gotten default judgment in the sense that the other party would have gotten the favorable response.
Yes, head boy. All right, caller. What you gonna do? Send me the stuff you can send me. And let me see what I can do in the sense of talking to Miss Bishop and hear what Miss Bishop is saying. But the general legal advisor should have done something more for you.
Yeah, and I have all the conversation with them also that I can show you that I'm in constant dialogue informing them. And the email that they sent me a few minutes before the session, I have every recording of every single thing. And even the matter before the court in the Supreme Court is a very simple matter. It shouldn't have been there 4 years without not even a little mediation session, nothing at all. Because I have every receipt, every dialogue, I have witness because even the justice of the peace community members, the contractors, I have so many witnesses that can attest to this, that it was something that he was 100% participating in, and everybody is aware of the story with him.
So hold on
So
there.
it was like an open thing.
Hold on, let me ask a question now before you go.
Mm-hmm.
The gentleman in question, he had signed documents in front of a JP with you?
Yes, and the JP was willing to go to the court as witness, and his son was there as witness. He also had a witness.
What you need to do, though, you know, is get an affidavit signed by the J. Is that stating that I, Jeffrey Tavares, jackass of the peace for the parish of St. Anne, hereby swear or whatever that I bear witness to this and blah 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 blah. Have him write that for you, please, and put it in safekeeping.
Okay. Okay.
You see? But get me the name, get me the number and so on for Council Bishop for me. Then I can see if I can reach out to her for you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks much for calling in.
All right.
Bye-bye. Wow. The justice system in this country gone. The justice system in this country has gone to the dog. The numbers to call on the program is 9545-298-030. But I want to show you all something else that just came into us. Where a JDF member, you see who has been killed, something like that. Let me figure out something here. Go to the news here. What's that just came into us? JCF. Yes, here we go.
I am Lieutenant Colonel Carl Clark. I am the acting brigade commander for the Jamaica Regiment, responsible for all the deployments across Jamaica in support of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. First of all, I want to say condolences to the family of the soldier. We deeply regret their loss and the loss of his life. What I can tell you at this moment is that the soldiers were responding to a threat, a direct threat at their lives. And in doing so, unfortunately, one of the soldiers was impacted possibly by one of the rounds of the threat forces. He was rushed to the Kingston Public Hospital where he was pronounced dead. The investigations continue, and we continue in pursuit of these persons, perpetrators, so to speak. And we will definitely continue to be professional in what we do, under the auspices of internal security operations, where justification, acting within the law, and proportionality is first and foremost. So at this moment, that is pretty much it until further information becomes available. You can contact our PR personnel for more information.
You said soldiers, it means he wasn't walking alone.
He was not walking alone.
Can you say how many of them were
at this time? I'm not able to say. However, for sure, a soldier doesn't walk alone. We operate at a minimum of 2 persons, but I can tell you for sure that there were more than 2 persons that were involved in the incident.
We heard dancers in the area, and the soldiers were responding to some shooting.
I'm not able to confirm that at the moment.
Are you able to reveal his identity?
For the sake of their families, that we have contacted directly so far, we prefer not to at the moment, and we prefer that comes from the permission of family members.
My brethren, respect squaddy. My brethren, but a so. Good soldier, reason with me at night time, tell me say you're on TikTok and make money, put your money to use. Don't dash away your money. Last night me I got on my bed. When I come off of TikTok, show me that drink some liquor. In my house, him turn to me and say, Cash, where you are dealing? Say me I going to go cook some food. Right there, so me live. just feel a way about the situation. I just wish the place could have come back, but it don't look like it have come back. Instead I come, it a go. I'm a virgin. I'm a virgin. Me and him reason for stuff for better my life. I'm a virgin. I respect him. Big respect me I feel. Respect, I never know him. Respectable enough people from the gap here so know him. Can talk to us while other soldiers that come go like them better than we. And scan we, him not scan we. Kasha, I know all my name, Kasha. Say yeah, charge or some other soldier around him will get used to it. Would I say mama? You know? When me see him picture this morning, because all me hear soldier dead, me don't know who. And this morning, me there on my life. And me I said to my son, said the soldier were dead. Me see him picture. When me see him picture, me have to end my life. Me have to end my life. Because the last word him said to me last night, Kasha, where you dealing? Say me I cook some food and him say you come out back. Say me so forward. Me I say maybe if me come out and talk to him, because sometimes we out there we are reason for hours. 2, 3, 4 o'clock, me just go on my bed. Because I'm out there reason with him. Him alone. As that type of soldier that will come reason with we and show we say, watch on your life they better than the ghetto. Not because they live here, you have to be a part of it. You're there on TikTok and you make a money girl, buy a second hand bus. And when you buy it, check me because I have a link. You see, anymore I'm better in a life. You know I'm getting a party, I throw away money. Because I know it's hard for come here for ball on TikTok to make a change. So him ever influence me to be a better woman and always him know all my son. Him know all my pitney them. You understand? Respect him, man. Just sorry, my condolence to him family. I'm sorry, I'm a prayer West Kingston come to back betterment. We can't live like this. The pitney them not get no summer. From school like a pure shot of fire. We don't get no summer. I buy buy 4 bags of chicken back. I buy 10 bags of book. I buy 30 school bag, we can go show no. I keep a back to school treat tomorrow. Because enough of we have it for send my people go school. And the treat have to postpone because it kept this happen. What is this? My earth. What me I go do with the bags of chicken back them? What me I go do? When I pay like me like you can cut off. The chicken back I go waste. When people they either eat. Me I look for feed over 200 people tomorrow. Me can't do that. We under curfew, we have to go in.
My God. Head boy. Our country is in crisis, you know. One woman can't get justice for her son. How many has been murdered in the country? A member of the security forces is gone down. Head boy, are you there with us? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen to Jamaica. The number to call is 954-529-8030. That's the number to call into the program. 954-529-8030. Dear God in heaven, what is next? Jamaican for Justice is calling on the security forces to make sure that come November, the court. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program. You're live.
Hey, good afternoon, Jeffrey. And good afternoon to head boy. Hey, Jeffrey.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to act like you're surprised when you hear the lady talk about the justice system, you know, Jeffrey. Hey, Jeffrey, let me tell you something, Jeffrey. I used to live in Jamaica and I had a car accident one time, you know, Jeffrey. And let me tell you, the policeman wouldn't even write the statement, even though I was right, without getting paid, Jeffrey.
I beg your pardon?
I said, you know that if an accident happen, like a car accident,
yeah,
a police come on the scene and you write the statement, right? Jeffrey, the police wouldn't even write the statement. for you to give to the insurance for you to get back your car. You have to pay the police.
That's not right. You're not supposed to pay him.
No, but what I'm telling you, if you don't pay him, Jeffrey, they don't write any statement, and the insurance don't get any statement from the police, and then you have to deal with it on your own. It's a whole system. Another system, Jeffrey, you get a ticket, and when you go to court, the policeman sometimes don't show 3-4 times, and the court don't throw out the case. You see the day when you don't show, Jeffrey, that's the day the court chooses to resolve the case.
And send out a warrant for you.
And send out a warrant for you. Or them pass the judgment in the police favor when the police don't come to court 3-4 times. You hear me, Jeffrey? Another thing that happened, and I want you to look at it. You know how many lawyers have been taken to the GLC? And I'm going to give you a popular one.
No,
a popular one?
No,
we have to call in here. The case was ruled already, Jeffrey, so we have a right to talk.
Aye.
A popular case that was taken to the GLC was Patrick Bailey.
Oh, yes.
Listen, Jeffrey, a lot of people not understanding what happened. When the case was taken to GLC, the lady took the case to the police, and the police refused to rule. When the GLC had no option because it was going to go to the Supreme Court, the GLC ruled in favor of the woman and said Patrick Bailey should give her back the money. But guess what? They're not referring for no prosecution.
The level of corruption, sir.
So let me tell you, Jeffrey, it's hard for you to get justice in the country when the police not working with you. If it even make it past the police, the clerk of court, that's where you file. If it even make it past the clerk of court, the judge keep putting off the case. You hear me, Jeffrey? So there's not a lot of option for poor people to get justice more than to act like a vigilante, because if you do the right thing, you're not getting justice. You're not getting justice. They steal my pension money down there. 2 coffee industry board, I can't get it back. A lot of my friends, them die waiting for their money. They build even a hotel out of the coffee industry board at Marcus Garvey Drive. And there's nobody for you to complain to, Jeffrey. Nobody for you to go to. Nobody. So what they expect people to do? Tell me, what are we left to do? A lot of us are willing to die, and I am one of them, Jeffrey. I live overseas, and I want to go. I have been to 20 demonstrations that you guys have had here, and I am waiting for a demonstration in Jamaica, because guess what? The Jamaicans are not going to do it, so we got to do it.
So what you're saying, that maybe what the One Legal Defense Foundation should do, our fund should do, is organize a protest in Jamaica.
That's what we need to do, Jeffrey. A lot of people here, Jeffrey, are willing to buy their ticket and go and participate in that, Jeffrey. A lot of us are willing to die for our country. So if we go down there, and that's where we meet the maker, that's what it is, Jeffrey. We're tired. We're tired. And there's nothing that we see, or any avenue to give us justice that we see that work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. If you want to know how frustrated the people are, Jeffrey, just look at how many police killings, and now it's been caught on camera, and not one police has been charged. Not one. Not one. And if you look at the laws, Jeffrey, the way they write the laws, people are afraid to come forward because they are telling you that you have to certify. You, the person who owns the video camera, you have to come up front and say, yes, it's my camera. So people will not come forward, Jeffrey, because people know what will happen to them. But a lot of us who are over here, Jeffrey, we are not afraid to die for our country, Jeffrey. We are not afraid, and we are not afraid to let Jamaica go right into your 80s, Jeffrey, because one by one, they are killing us, Jeffrey. They are killing us. If it's not high inflation, it's crime, it's poverty, it's injustice. It's injustice, Jeffrey. When you look, Jeffrey, we got land down there, Jeffrey, and we cannot get our titles even after paying for lands, Jeffrey. You get to run around, and the National Housing Trust is collecting your money faithfully. But the day that you finish making the last payment and you go for your title, you can't get title all year. You don't have no title, Jeffrey.
You know something, sir? You sit down and you listen to all of this that is being said. And you ask yourself the question, when will the people of our country stand up? Why is the Prime Minister of Jamaica having the Lands and Survey Department in the office of the Prime Minister? $1.7 trillion unaccountable for in the Prime Minister's office. And you don't hear nothing from the Jamaican people.
Listen, Jeffrey, you cannot hear nothing from the Jamaican people. The Jamaican people voice has been taken, Jeffrey. So the only way the Jamaican people can get back their voice, Jeffrey, is if the 3 million people in America, the 3 million people in Canada, the 3 million people in England decide to go to Jamaica, and we go to Jamaica, then the locals will follow us. You hear me, Jeffrey? Because the locals have lost their voice. When you look at these people parading Warren Reid in front of the nation, after what he had done, and when you look, you know, Jeffrey, like if you listen to the last rule in Paula Mekino, when she said she could not charge the Prime Minister because the time has elapsed, Jeffrey. Hey, Jeffrey, let me tell you something. There is no time. They can't tell you what's the time frame. Do you hear me, Jeffrey? So they are using their own discretion to let go their friends. That's why you see, Jeffrey, you see the Water Commission, man, the reason why they didn't charge him, Jeffrey, and they are doing this a lot, is because if they have no other choice when it comes to somebody in influential position, they could use these idiot sentences that they give them and say, see that we're going by what we have done before.
Let me ask you a question.
And when you
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
And when you look, Jeffrey, if you look, all the laws that they are strengthening are the laws, like they say, give murderers more time. But have you noticed, Jeffrey, the laws against corruption, the laws against drugs, especially cocaine, have you hear them come forward and say, listen, we're going to give these people 50 years or 100 years? No, they don't strengthen those laws, Jeffrey. They don't want to. And they don't want to because it benefits the Prime Minister of all these offices in the Prime Minister's office. Because when the final decision is to be made, he makes the decision and then he said, oh, it was NEPA, or it was this, or it was that. But not saying that the final decision came from the Prime Minister. When you look at all these nepotism and cronyism that's going on, and there's nobody to say, listen, this is wrong, and they know it's wrong. Even when, like the man who owns the building for the tax office, Jeffrey, it's clear as day. It's black and white. You cannot get that contract. Even like today, we heard Tavares say he's in represent people. Jeffrey, it is wrong.
Hold on, what did he say?
No, I said he's in a case representing people caught with drugs. Those people who were caught with the biggest drugs bust. Jeffrey, it is wrong. It is wrong. He should step down, and he's been allowed to do it on so many occasions. You cannot have the Speaker of the House.
Well, let me not say it.
Jeffrey, you cannot have the Speaker of the House, Jeffrey.
He's not the Speaker of the House, sir. He's the President of the Senate, sir.
Jeffrey, you cannot have the President of the Senate. And then he's representing...
Before he became the President of the Senate, sir, he was an attorney at law.
Jeffrey, nobody is against you that he was an attorney at law. But now, you are the President of the Senate, Jeffrey. You cannot be actively doing that job. That means you're saying you have another job while the country is paying you. Jeffrey,
well,
if you're looking at America...
Hold on for me. Not taking off for the good gentleman, you know, but you have members on the other side who are permanent attorney at law. And they were Minister of National Security and they still practice as an attorney.
Jeffrey, listen what I'm saying. It don't matter which side of the table they are on, Jeffrey.
Yes.
We pay these people for them to have one job.
Well, hold on there for me, sir. Hold on.
Listen to me, Jeffrey.
No, hold on. No. Hold on, man.
Yeah, okay.
For the reason.
Go ahead.
There is nowhere in the Constitution of Jamaica stated that if you're an attorney at law and you become the President of the Senate, there is nowhere in the Constitution that said that you can't practice as an attorney.
It doesn't say that, Jeffrey. No, it did not say that, but you notice what it says, Jeffrey.
What is it?
It says if you have a... It doesn't say that, but you know morally, Jeffrey, if you have a business, like our Mark Golding has his business, and he put it in a trust, right, Jeffrey? That means he's not even running his business, Jeffrey.
What?
You cannot, Jeffrey. Okay, I don't have any proof, Jeffrey, but this is what I'm saying, Jeffrey. For it to not to appear like there is corruption or a conflict of interest, Jeffrey,
yes.
You cannot and you should not be allowed to be in Parliament, and you're in Parliament and you're running another business. So what you're saying, because that's a 24-hour business, you know, Jeffrey. So what you're saying, you do not have 24 hours to pay attention to the people's business.
Let me ask you a question. What is the role of the senator? What's the role of a senator in the Jamaican Parliament?
A role of a senator, they make laws. They help to make laws, Jeff.
And how many times do they go to the Parliament?
How many times they do what?
They go to the Parliament.
I don't know how many times they meet, Jeffrey. But that Jeffrey.
Do you know how much a senator get for his salary?
I don't remember, but I know. I'm telling you.
Hello?
Go catch them. Yes, you hear me, Jeffrey?
No, you're breaking up a while ago. Repeat what you're saying, because you're breaking up a while ago.
Jeffrey, they get more than minimum wage for the year.
What I know so far, head boy, are you there? Hold on for me. Head boy, are you there? What I know so far, a senator get $50,000.
I am here, my friend.
Yes. How much does a senator get per sitting again now, head boy?
They had increased it the other day, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. I think it's 100 and something thousand now for a sitting. Moved from 50,000 per sitting. Yeah.
That caller, hold on for me, head boy. The caller was just talking to me a while ago. What happened? Your phone cut off. You can call us back, please. But head boy, when a person becomes, and I'm not taking it for anybody. I'm not taking for no one at all. If you are an attorney at law, it does not say in the Constitution of Jamaica that you cannot practice as a member of Parliament. Did it say that?
No, it does not. But in principle, Jeffrey, in principle, and I've had a problem with this for the longest while. Yeah. it is not right for sitting member of parliament to practice, particularly cabinet ministers. Let's even move it from sitting member of parliament.
Hold on there, hold on. Yes, caller. Hold on there for me, caller. Listen to what head boy is saying. Go ahead, head boy.
Yeah. I am saying it is, in my humble opinion, that it is not right for sitting member of parliaments and even in some instances senators who are members of the cabinet to still practice law. And the reason for it is because of your closeness to the executive. Yes, that's one. And then by default of being an MP, you're close to the judiciary as well. And so this is where conflict of interest arise. So for example, in other jurisdictions, here what happens. If you are a lawyer by profession and you hold a position, what you do is you remove yourself from active practice in the firm and you put a replacement partner who works for you. Yeah, so as to have a level of transparency and accountability. Yeah, it is crazy to see these guys still practicing law. And it's one of
hold on there. Is it that the gentleman in speaking in question? I think his son is the one who managed the law practice. Isn't that so?
Who is the gentleman we're speaking about? Because remember, I came in on the last half an hour. I was just giving a general point. Huh?
The president of the Senate.
No, but the president of the Senate.
No, the president of the Senate, Jeffrey, he actively practiced and represent people while being president of Senate.
Hold on. There's no issue with the president. I am saying to you, the man is not. My issue is when you're a member of the executive. Yeah?
Is he a member of the executive?
He's not.
Okay.
He's not. He's not a cabinet. He does not sit at cabinet. You're a member of the executive when you sit at cabinet. He's the president of the Senate, which is the legislative side of things. But
so for that reason, Edward, I would think that's not something that's right.
But if he's not a member of the cabinet of Jamaica, he's just a normal president of a Senate. That does not, under the Constitution of Jamaica, that does not stop him from being an attorney at law. That does not stop him. That does not stop him from take up any case.
I'm not trying to say he should stop being an attorney at law, Jeffrey. What I'm saying, Jeffrey, while these people are in politics, I would humbly say they should have no other job and represent the people. Because if we go look at it that way, Jeffrey, then we should say it's okay for them to give Tough Times Company a contract for his rice company. So what we are saying in a Jeffrey, people are in compromising position.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, sir. But what I'm saying to you, sir.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you, sir. You're entitled to your opinion, and I agree with you. But what I'm saying to you, under our Constitution of the land of Jamaica, it does not stop the individual to practice as an attorney at law. It does not. And he's only the president of the Senate. He's not a member of parliament. Yes, he helped to pass laws for the country. But the goodly gentleman is just a president of a Senate. It does not. Okay, let me ask a question. If they get I think it's either 50,000 a month or a month they get, I can't remember. Or it's per sitting. I can't remember how much they get.
Per sitting.
Per sitting, yes. And he was practicing law way before before they called him to be the president of the Senate. Before he was appointed to the Senate. There's many more attorney laws in the Senate of Jamaica and both sides of the fence who are practicing attorney. You have on the PNP side and on the JLP side. Under the present constitution of Jamaica, it does not stop them from practicing as an attorney. I was speaking to a well-known senator the other day that head boy know and I know. And she said to me, Jeffrey, remember that I have my job to do as a lawyer. I'm a bread and butter that. She said to me, the Senate is not my bread and butter.
But Jeffrey, listen to what you're saying, Jeffrey.
What am I saying?
If these people are senators, MPs, right? And they are saying to us, the public, listen, whatever they leave, that representing the people first.
Hold on there for me. I'll tell you something. It's not only in Jamaica alone. It's not only in Jamaica alone that you have people who are members of the bar / attorney at law, who is members of parliament or senators and still practice as a lawyer. It does not blind their judgment to perform or to make laws for the country. Before they become a member of parliament or a senator, they had their practice before.
Okay, so Jeffrey, can you tell me one person in America who is sitting in the house who is practicing law?
I don't know. I do not know.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, so hold on, Jeffrey. Hold on.
Hold on, no man. You ask me because my man answered the question I asked me now. Off the top of my head, I do not know if there is any practicing attorney either in the Senate of the United States or in the House of the United States. What I know about the jurisdiction in the Caribbean, that there's many members of parliament within the Caribbean in CARICOM who are practicing attorney, and they're also members of parliament. They're also appointed to the Senate. At one point, the Senate of Jamaica wasn't paying their senators at all. So you're saying to me, when they wasn't getting any pay, they must just stick as senator and God bless for them yam and provide for their family?
No.
Okay. So there's nothing in Europe, as I said to you, your opinion is your opinion, and I can't stop you from your opinion. What I am saying, the president of the Senate of Jamaica has a law firm that he is practicing law. Before the good gentleman become a senator, he had his law firm before. So if he is practicing as an attorney at law and also as a senator, I don't see anything wrong with that. And both sides of the fence. You understand what I'm trying to say to you?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. But I know, as I said to you, you're entitled to your own opinion. And I'm not going to bash down your opinion at all. But under the Constitution of Jamaica, it does not stop a person from becoming a senator. It does not stop a senator from practicing law who is already a lawyer. Before he becomes a senator, he was an attorney at law. All right?
Okay. I hear you, Jeffrey.
You have anything more to say to me?
No, Jeffrey.
Me know, like what I'm saying, but that's a fact.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, all right. Have a good one. Yes.
And the U.S. Constitution is different from Jamaica or the Commonwealth. So we can't compare Jamaican Constitution with the American Constitution.
But Jeffrey.
Yes.
If you notice when it's convenient, you have the government.
You're breaking up. You have the government doing what? You're breaking up.
When it's convenient, the Jamaican government will come here Like they would say, oh, we want to be like Singapore, but they're not tackling corruption.
I tell you, I was raised by Canadians. Thank you. Cheers.
Huh?
Bye-bye.
Jeffrey, they want to be like England, but they won't allow us to vote out people when they're not performing.
Of course, you have the right to vote out people, sir. When an election is called, you have the fundamental right to vote out anybody you want to vote out.
Okay, Jeffrey, so what about giving us the right to vote them out during? If they're here 2 years and they not perform,
well,
we vote them out now.
Under our constitution, sir, election is called every 5 years on the base of a prime minister, sir. When the election is called, then you can vote out the person or the party. If an election is not called, sir, you cannot vote under the PNP or the JLP.
Jeffrey, exactly what I'm saying. So the people are asking for their way to do it even before an election.
What people is asking?
So why they?
Hold on. What people is asking?
The Jamaican people, Jeffrey.
Is that so?
Yes.
When?
That was at the last constitution meeting.
Oh.
If you listen to what the people are asking for,
hold on to me. You hold on to me there. Hold on to me. Because when I look on the when I look at the audience in the Constitutional Reform Town Hall meeting at Emancipation Park, I could count on my one hand how many people were there.
Yes,
okay?
you could.
So we cannot say the Jamaican people, sir. Because much of the Jamaican people, sir, was not there. And all when you try to tell them about the Constitutional Reform meeting, sir, they do not give a flying kahuna.
Okay, but Jeffrey, even though they don't give a flying kahunas, what I'm saying to you, majority people who were there that day, they were talking about and asking for those things. Let me take a picture, buddy. They were asking for those things, Jeffrey, but they're not listening. Just like how the people are asking, say, you know what? We don't want a ceremonial president. We want to vote in somebody. They're not listening.
But I'm trying to say to you also, sir, I agree with you, yes. But if the Jamaican people take to the streets and say enough is enough, don't you think they would bow under pressure, sir, just like how the people of the government of Kenya bow under pressure?
Yeah.
You believe that me and you and head boy can beat up with gum? Because someone not no teeth in our head. So they beat up with gum.
No, I have teeth, you know. So let me clarify.
And they beat up with gum. You think they're gonna listen to me and you when the people I'm down, they're not doing nothing? Huh?
No, they're not.
Okay.
They're not.
If they're having a problem with the system in our country, sir, they would have get up and say something about it. They're not doing that. They're not problem with it. All right, sir.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, man. Thanks much for calling.
Jeffrey, I listen to the caller. Occasionally, in and out, I've been getting some calls that I have to respond to. But
all right, I got it, brother.
Yep. Somebody's there?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Oh. But what I'll say, I think we in Jamaica we're good at having a talk shop. And let me be straight up. And I am not discrediting what the caller has said, because the caller has made some really important points, like recalling, the ability to recall. Not
and you need a car for your family.
Sorry.
Not crossing the lines and so forth in terms of, you being in parliament or being in cabinet and practicing. And so he has raised some important points. But my thing is now, how do we focus on? What is the issues that we're focusing on? What are the things that we as Jamaicans must see as priority? And I'm not saying those issues are not priority, right? But the priority right now is half of St. Elizabeth is still in darkness. We have an electric company that if breeze blow, them clothes take off. They're bare as the day they're born. So the truth be told is those are issues we need to, I get a sense that we are firing for want of a better term, we're firing aimlessly in the wind sometimes. Because we're like the proverbial dog who is following his tail, or who is barking at his tail, or is barking at the passing bird. Yeah. And you get that sense that, and that is why there is no protest in the country. Look in Kenya, look in Nigeria, right? When the young people decide, say, no, these are the issues that we are protesting for. We don't want nobody come out and come tell me, say them now no water for beer. That's not my problem. Yeah, we are protesting that the food prices are too high and the government needs to roll back the taxes. Yeah, so I'm saying, when can we have that sense of focus from the wider? From and that is why we are where we are now, because Jamaicans are no longer focused on those issues. They're more focused on you know, yeah, and then they're the ones who have the loudest mouth.
Yes.
Yeah. The Reverend Mark Stewart puts it better than I can ever put it. Himself, them are so leg breast and tie. And them have extension clip on them like eyelash. So what we have, and I'm not this is, and let me say, as somebody who supports women's rights and believe in women's rights, I'm not digging I'm not trying to be disrespectful or be sexist to a woman. But I'm saying, and it's the same thing with the man them. So some of them just business body clocks and the pants down them bottom. So for me, my thing is, how do we get the society to have a discussion? What are the issues that affect you, that rile you up? That when you wake up, when you go to your bed, you think about it. And when you wake up, you think about it. And it has to be that it is the economy. It has to be that it is the conditions and the inequality that is in Jamaica. Jeffrey, Jamaica has become one of the widest inequality gap place in the Caribbean.
Yes, it is.
Let me say something that a lot of people might not know, and I was privileged to see certain things. Do you know the gap between the extreme rich and the upper middle class? Do you know that it is like the same gap between the poor in Jamaica and the rich?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know there's no more middle class in Jamaica?
I've been saying it for many years, sir. It's only poor and rich.
It's only poor or rich. The middle class has been eroded, right? And much too honestly, much to the detriment of the middle class. The middle class started being eroded in the 80s, and we have never rolled it back. So those are my few little points.
If you're an attorney at law, and somebody is involved in a cocaine trafficking, and the person, because the people who they said involved in the cocaine bus, is some people who they say, who other people are saying them not involved in it. But if you're an attorney at law and they come to you to represent them, wouldn't you represent them, head boy? Head boy.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
I'm saying to you, if somebody come to you who was involved in the recent drug bust as an attorney at law, and they come to you for representation, wouldn't you represent them?
In the recent, attorneys have code of conduct. When you're an attorney, you don't choose who you represent, you just represent.
So I don't see anything wrong with a person represent somebody because they're involved in a court bus. I don't see anything wrong with they coming to me as an attorney at law and asking me to represent them.
But that's what your job is.
I am here to represent everybody. But everybody Everybody put politics in everything. And we cannot
So,
continue like
so,
this as a nation.
so what are you saying? What is the reference in relation to the question you're asking me now?
Why I ask you the question is because some people are saying that the good gentleman of the Senate should not be involved in representing the body in the recent focus.
But that's not the damn business.
Thank you.
And let me tell you something. I think sometimes we damn overreach. Let me tell you something. People know me, right? The goodly gentleman is not my best friend, and me and him a plan gungo line. Eh? But principle is principle. People's profession must be respected. The man is an attorney at law. He's licensed to practice in Jamaica. He has never been disbarred from the bar. He has never been caught in any shenanigans where the bar is concerned. So he's licensed to practice. Well, if you had the criminals before who were practicing and going with people land, why can't the goodly man practice?
And I
his
don't
name has
care.
never been called in any situation where any client can say him did them anything.
Right. And I don't care who want to say Jeffrey's this and Jeffrey's that to him. The man has never, as what head boy said, it is his profession. And before he became a member of the Jamaican Senate, he was an attorney at law and a damn fine one too. So if he want to represent a person who is involved in a recent cocaine bust, that's his job. He's an attorney at law.
Let me say this. You know, the same thing happened when we had the Silvera matter, right? And Peter Shampney was defending Silvera, and I heard people with the nasty sly comments and the second-handed comments. Oh, Shampney's involved in anything. The man is the best damn criminal lawyer right now in the country, and that's a fact. So you can't. A doctor don't choose which patient them operate upon. A patient come before you operate. They have signed the Hippocratic rule. Hippocratic rule. They signed to the Hippocratic oath. Sorry. Same with lawyers. They have signed to the good faith and testament rule. That they will be fair. That they'll be just. Yeah, and that they will report anything that is untoward. So when we come to assassinate people's if we have a political personal preferences and biases against people, I mean you're free to express those views. This is a program for everybody. But I don't think that this is much to do about nothing. I could understand if you know say that maybe the goodly man has a relative that was involved and he's now the attorney for them. Then I would have said, well, that no look right. Because then you would have, out of personal interest, you should have declared his bias and allow somebody else to take on the case. But this is in relation to the man's bread and butter. So him should stop them bread because him the Senate.
And let me make something clear this afternoon.
Nonsense is nonsense, man.
And I don't care who want to say this or say that. As long as I'm on this program here, I will continue to defend the Jamaican people. And I will continue to speak truth to power. And when it comes down to the golden gentleman of the Senate, the president of the Senate, everybody know me. That when you're wrong for me. When you're right for me. I will defend him as long as I have breath in my body, as long as he's right. But if he's wrong, I will tell him to his face that he's wrong. You cannot be saying that because a man is an attorney at law and because he's the president of the Senate, he must not practice as an attorney. He must represent anybody. Come on, people. Think before we chat.
But PJ Patterson never stopped practice.
And he was prime minister of this country.
PJ never stopped practice. What he did was that he had his firm with Ambassador Byron Blake, right?
Yes.
ISIS consultants, right? And they still offer their consultancy service. What he did was he pulled himself out of it because PJ is a principal man. People try to bring PJ into them shenanigans. But he pulled himself out of the firm and he allowed Byron Blake, when he retired in 2006, he went full service into his firm.
There you go.
And that's where he still is today. Still working at 89. At 88, sorry. Yeah. So
you must know if he's corrupt.
Who said that?
Some
said that?
people on here saying that the goalie man of the Senate is a corrupt person.
Well, I don't have no information to that effect. I mean, what they wanted to say, because the good man of the Senate must choose who him daughter sleep with. Well, then if he must choose who him daughter sleep with, might as well yeah. You know, Jeffrey, let me tell you something. Sometimes people can become very unreasonable.
And as a matter of fact, head boy, sorry to cut in, my good friend, I must say, happy belated birthday to Ilea Tavares Finson. Happy belated birthday to you.
Absolutely, I extend best wishes to Mr. Tavares as well. And the Tavares family has served Jamaica well, and I will never be a part of any attempt to bring and sully this name. I don't know if people know, but I have had my early exposure with the Tavares family, in the sense that the institution I went was named after Mr. Tavares. Tavares Gardens, DC Tavares and DC Tavares Market. And you know, Portia, while she was Prime Minister, I remember there was a push by some in Southwest St. Andrew to rename the school. And I revealed this to the wider public. I was in the presence of the individual when she said, as long as there's breath in my body, the school will remain to honor my good friend Mr. Tavares. Even though I ran against him, even though I beat him. And
all of us is involved in the problem that Jamaica face. Every single Jamaican.
Such is the nature of the woman, Portia, I tell you.
Portia Lucretia Simpson Miller.
And I find, let me tell you something, Jeffrey. I sat the other day, and I listened and I looked and I said, you know what? This country, you know why this country is suffering? They have never really truly honored the legacy of this woman. This woman was, in fact, a giant among. Did you watch the Democratic Convention? I know we're talking about Mario
Deane. I bring it to you live, but
I forgot. So you brought Kamala's address last night?
Oh yes.
So why you never called me, Jeffrey? What happened to you?
No, I wasn't on it live, I just bring it live because
I see what you say. Okay, I see. But what a fiery speech.
Oh yes.
And I am saying, to me now, I've been saying this, after Mark Golin becomes leader and he serves the People's National Party for his 2 terms, because I am of the view no leader should serve more than 2 terms. I hold dear to that principle, right? After he serves his 2 terms, the country must look to a woman for hope. Because when I looked at how Kamala Harris spoke at that, first of all, let's even backtrack to before Kamala. We had Michelle Obama's speech, which was just absolutely fiery. And I'm sure you saw it, Jeffrey. Yeah, man, just fiery. Then we had Madam Hillary Clinton's former Secretary of State speech.
No, you have her before, then you have Barack and Michelle.
Then Barack and Michelle, and then in between you had Oprah in the opening.
Yeah.
And I was really, really, really impressed to see that. Imagine in my lifetime, I've witnessed 2 history that is about to unfold in the great United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine I can imagine in 2007, 2008 actually, when I watched my first primaries, Democratic primary, that is, when Obama was running.
Mm-hmm.
He was virtually a stranger to the whole race. And I said to people that this man would be president. I had some friends.
Hold on there, head boy. Before that, in 2004.
Yes, he spoke at the National Democratic Convention.
And I turned to some family members of mine in New York that this is going to be a president. I said, no, that never happened in history, Jeffrey. And
I understand.
It happened though. Let me say something here before I make it go back to talk. The Jamaican people are enemy of their own selves.
Of
The
course.
Jamaican people are enemy of their own selves. Go ahead for me, head boy.
As I say, Jeffrey, we're good at talking the talk, but when the reality comes, I've been in groups, I've been a part of associations in Jamaica, I've been a part of unions in Jamaica. When you decide you're going to raise a point, everybody say, yes, man, bring it up, man, say it, man. When the meeting call, everybody hush them out and I look for you.
Shut them out and you alone turn up like an idiot.
Right, and then they label you now as the troublemaker. So I have known, we have a culture, I call it the go before us, Joshua, go before us and do thy work thyself. So what it is Jamaicans have a culture of saying, Jeffrey can talk, man, make Jeffrey go there, go talk. Yeah? But instead of standing up behind Jeffrey then, yes, Jeffrey is talking, but you need to get up behind
Yes,
Jeffrey.
hold on for me, head boy. Somebody just pointed out something to us. The governor for Maryland, who's a birth by Jamaican, his speech was wonderful too. Westmore.
Yes. Westmore's speech was powerful. I forgot. I nearly said comrade, because I'm used to saying that word. Mr. Westmore's speech was excellent. But I can say, Jeffrey, in what I was saying, when I saw him, I first met Obama, meaning not physically, but I met him on my television screen in 2007.
Yes.
And when I met him, I said then that this man is going to be president. No, I had some friends in Minnesota that is from the state that Tim Walz is from. And I didn't know these guys were strong Republicans because you didn't, as a child, you don't really know the politics of the US like that. And you know what my request was from one of these strong supporters at the time of John McCain? To buy me a Obama hat, which was for $20.
That's how much?
How
much for the hat?
Yes, $25 was the donation.
Okay.
$25 US. And I remember it was purchased and it was sent to me in Jamaica. Right? Obama 08. Yes we can.
Yeah.
The black one with the insignia of the Democratic Party. And let me tell you, I wore that hat with pride. And when I saw that my goodly president had become president, remember now, this is a man who supports Cuba and Venezuela wholeheartedly, who has never been a big fan of the US. But Obama gave me hope that there can be a United States of America that can have a good South-to-South relationship with nations without having to get involved in people's business. Yeah, because as Tim Walz says, the American way is to mind your damn business. Yeah?
Yep.
That's the American way. And we don't want any interventionists coming in the US, because one of the problems that Jamaica has to be careful of, and that the region has to do, is watch this outcome of this election. Because this election will have serious implications for our foreign relations in the Caribbean, and Latin America. One, if we see a Trump coming back to power, what will happen in terms of our foreign relations? Now,
yes.
when I refer to that, what do I mean? Remember in 2016 to 2020, there was a thaw in relationships with the United States and the Caribbean. It was virtually cold. Yeah, there were only select few persons who were picked out from the Caribbean to have close relationship with Washington. One such puppet was Kamina John Spit and Andrew Holness. So and we must never forget, that they must sell out. Like we want to say, like they will say in the US, that them are Uncle Tam, them are Tam. Yeah, because what they did was they went behind CARICOM's back in 2018 when CARICOM said we would not support the decision of the United States led by Donald Trump to suspend Venezuela, to freeze the resources of Venezuela. And Jeffrey, the United States needs a president that can actually rekindle back that relationship with Venezuela. And let me tell you why.
But are they getting oil from Venezuela now? And the idiot who is in, listen to me, hold on there for me, head boy. Because of something here. Somebody's saying there's nothing American politician will do to help Jamaica. Obama did nothing. Is Holness doing it? Is Holness doing anything for help Jamaica? Is the Jamaican doing anything to help Jamaica?
That's a lie. And let me tell you, a lot of people who talk foreign policy, Jeffrey, if you ask them if they've ever read nothing, they have not read anything. Let me help you what Obama did with Jamaica. If they want me to remind them. I remember, people must understand that I have some personal views and views of Obama, because I felt that Obama, in the way he dealt with Muammar Gaddafi, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi from Libya, who was actually asserting the Libyan people's independence and their right to determination, was wrong. And I think the way in which Muammar Gaddafi was taken out was wrong. And those would have been confirmed in the Benghazi report, the Tripoli report, showing exactly what was allowed to happen in that embassy and so forth. But in relation to the Venezuelan matter, and in relation to what Obama did for Jamaica, remember when he visited Jamaica, right? First of all, that was the first time in much decades, centuries, years, actually, that almost 50 years an American president was ever visiting Jamaica when he came here. That's one. Two, if we're forgetting, he said he offered LNG. He offered a cheaper source of energy to Jamaica. The question they took it. They took it, Jeffrey. They took it. The question we must ask is, what the hell is happening with this LNG project, and why have it stalled? Because the funds were outlaid. That's one. Two, there was an agreement. Why do you think a lot of our students now in Jamaica are going away to American community colleges? You heard I said? Community colleges. He signed an education pact with the Ministry of Education to train more of our students. More Fulbright scholarships were offered. More scholarships were offered through the U.S. State Department in Jamaica. So when you hear people talk them nonsense, right? Remember, as I say, I have Obama up for I have him up for certain things that I was not so happy with. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you give a man him flowers. Yeah. So we must balance it. So I'm saying, in light of this, how will we, in light of a pressing war, because remember now that the Middle East is unstable.
Yes, it is.
Do you know where we buy oil from currently?
Isn't it the Middle East? No, is that in Guyana?
Colombia. And I can guarantee you that at least half a quarter of that oil we're buying from Colombia is coming out of Venezuela. But let me hush my mouth. Because Venezuela still has the largest reserves in the world. Now, when you
talk about oil, headboard. Yes. You heard that we have oil in the country now too?
Of course I know. I'm getting to there. Just allow me to do build up now, man. You like to rush me some, man.
Go ahead.
Thank you, my friend. But what I'm saying, Jeffrey, I might be younger than you, but I realize you're very faster than I am. But what I'm saying is that in relation to that, so energy will become, in this next dispensation, meaning in this next administration, the next term of any administration, energy security will going to become a very important reality. Yeah?
Yes.
And we need an administration in the United States that understands that Venezuela is not necessarily a threat to the US, because Venezuela has never supported terrorism. They have Venezuela, through the Petro-Carib agreement, remove out pit toilet from all of them schools in the country. You know, Venezuela take out the pit latrine them out of the schools.
We're in Jamaica?
Yes, through Petro-Carib Development Fund. That was their office was at New Kingston. The head of it was Wesley Hughes. Yeah. Now, so that was a brilliant idea by Commandant Hugo Chavez. Now, when we look at the Petro-Caribbean agreement that was signed in 2005, remember that is what saved us. And then they also, when the PMP was going through the difficulty of the IMF agreement, they cut our debt. They wrote off 50% of what we owed them, so we could pass the program. So how could you treat somebody like this who has been your friend and ally and comrade in times of difficulties? And this is when my heart turned against this administration and against the foreign affairs minister, to be honest, because I said she was incompetent. I realized you can't be a kissy and kiss up to governments. Let me tell you now, Jamaica is taking her place in the world. And look at this now. We just find 7 billion barrels with 7 billion available barrels of oil in Jamaica.
Worth in how much trillion?
Worth in how much trillions of dollars. Yeah. It is worth, they say it is worth 3 times the GDP of Jamaica. Right? So let me help you. Look at this. Who have the money could set up the investment? Don't we have a company named Petrojam?
Yes.
Before it was divested, who was the chief owner in it? PDVSA, the gas company out of Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, if we had not cut off the Venezuelans could have been the ones to help us set up our project and would have gotten value for money from it? Because I don't believe that this company they are pursuing. First of all, the company involved is from the UK. Let me tell you something. You mean to tell me them take with sugar cane, then tea for rum, then take with chocolate, and then work with like farmers are span them plantation and the coconut and orange. And now they're coming for the little resource to just discover oil. This is colonization in reverse.
Me not blame them.
This is because we have a licky set a bunch. Licky. And here the worst part is a lot of them, when them reach certain stage to this stage, some of them can't spend the money. Some of them when they get old, they pass in winning the pants because they can't function no more. Yeah. All the wickedness that they do has caught up with them. Yeah. All the wickedness that they have done, Jeffrey has caught up with them. Saying in this Venezuelan scenario, we should have reached out to Venezuela. It would have been ideal for us to have given Venezuela the preference.
But don't we owe Venezuela a couple million? Well,
we still owe them. A matter of fact, we have their money sitting in escrow. This is the thing that hurts me. The man them have the money for PDVSA sitting in escrow.
What?
Whereas ordinary Venezuelans in Venezuela are dead for hungry. Venezuela is going through a humanitarian crisis and the entire region is silent because we have some licky leaders who are afraid to stand up with their friends. That's why I respect Ralph Gonzalez. Ralph Gonzalez will forever have my support. Comrade Ralph, the world boss. Comrade World Boss, he's called in St. Vincent. I will forever respect him because of him.
The interview yesterday.
You don't have to ask me that. What kind of question are you asking me? If I had $1 million to make yesterday, that would have had to stay. Because when Ralph is speaking, I listen. That is the teacher of the Caribbean. That is the godfather of the Caribbean. And it is Ralph who negotiated the peace arrangement with them and Guyana. So I'm saying to you, I am saying that we cannot have a Donald Trump administration come to power because for our energy security in the Caribbean, he will not prove to be beneficial. And also too, the Democratic Party must move away from the stupidness. Stop making the big donors who thief the Venezuelan people money who live down in Florida, that Jeffrey. Listen to me, come here, send one into them. There are a lot of criminals from Venezuela who live in South Florida who they are raising monies to. What you saw happening in Venezuela the other day was a coup against the government. A soft coup that was backed by a group in South Florida. Yeah, backed by what they call him, DeSantimonious and him company. Yeah? Because they are of the view that Venezuela must burn in ashes and the people of Venezuela can die. But I say this without any fear and favor. And if it costs me never to travel to the United States, so let it be. I will forever stand with the people of Venezuela and the people of the Republic of Cuba. Long live Hugo Chavez and long live Maduro and long live Fidel Castro. True, real, undying, caring heroes to the Caribbean people. And we'll never bow and never cringe in our support for these gentlemen. Never cringe, never bow. Because these are men who helped our people, who helped us to live for us. Remember how oil used to be expensive, Jeffrey?
Mm-hmm.
Remember that Petro-Carib agreement in 2005 that saved Jamaica? You know, Jamaica's on the brink of an energy crisis, you know.
Yeah.
Remember that's why we had the gas riots in the 1990s. So I want to take back, people need to understand that foreign policy is a moving piece, it's interrelated. What happens in Venezuela affects you in Jamaica. What happens in Miami affects you in Kingston. Yeah? It's a moving piece.
And I want the Jamaican people who are watching us, both here in Jamaica and the United States and around the world, that the oil that they find in Jamaica, it's spread from as far as from Negril in the west to Morant Bay. You see? And we must have a say in the oil. Listen to what this video is saying.
Explorers ramped up pitch on Jamaica's oil prospects. The UK company exploring for oil offshore in Jamaica has now put a $70 billion estimate on the value of petroleum reserves, lightly laying under Jamaica's waters, waiting to be tapped. If those numbers are to be proven through further exploration and studies, the reserves would be comparable to the finds of Guyana, United Oil and Gas plc said in the latest pitch to prospective investors. The company, which has office in Dublin, London, holds a license from the Jamaican government to explore for oil in the Walton Morant block. United Oil started hunting for oil in 2020 offshore Jamaica in a zone stretching south of Walton Basin in Westmoreland to Morant Point in St. Thomas and spanning 22,400 kilometers. United Oil is seeking a co-investor to drill test the block. It's already received 2 extensions from the Jamaican government to drill or drop the license. United Oil sees a huge upside potential beyond 7.0 billion barrels. Its extensive consultants, Energy Advisory Limited, puts the estimate as high as 15 billion barrels. Walton Marine has favorable fiscal term designed to attract investors, with supportive government policy resulting in an extensive economical potential up to $70 billion. The break-even point for Guyana is $25 to $35 a barrel, compared to Jamaica's $25 a barrel. Oil discovery in recent years resulted in Guyana becoming the fastest-growing economy in the world. Half of Guyana oil revenue goes to the government. In Jamaica, proven reserves would result in a 42% of oil revenue flowing to the Jamaican government, based on United Oil presentation documents. It puts the arrangement at the lower end of such agreements. Peru sits at the bottom with 41%. While Angola sits at the top with 90% of its revenue flowing to that government. The size of the take generally relates to the government's direct participation in the oil venture. Jamaica operates a very favorable production sharing agreement regime with no state participation. Why will Jamaica only profit at 42% for their oil revenues? Well, it's because of their lack of participation in this company's discovery of this oil. The more Jamaica is willing to participate in the discovery of this oil, they can then negotiate for a higher revenue percentage. However, the less participation one country has is usually the less negotiating power they have. This is usually how these things work. When you look at it from Peru and Angola, the differences is quite huge. In Angola, it's 90%, which suggests that the Angola government must be heavily included in the oil extraction and the oil discovery processes in all. While 70 billion in value is significantly different, that's a lot of money on a year-to-year basis. That oil reserve is possible to last for decades, for Jamaica of course, and to whomever they choose to export to. So Jamaica is sitting on the sideline for the discovery of oil in Jamaica, in an agreement that the government will take 42%. Now, in a project like this, Jamaica should be one of the main investors in a project like this. In the same region, they will usually find oil eventually. So this is the sort of project that Jamaica should be the first and perhaps one of the most prominent investors in their own oil offshore reserves.
You know something, head boy?
Mm-hmm.
Jamaica love to borrow money, you know. Why do not borrow a
Huh?
couple billion well and pump into this thing that we can get a higher percentage?
No, I agree with the gentleman because, matter of fact, I can tell you when in Ghana when they were having their issues. Remember there was a president there before the um, what was his name? I forget his name.
Mm.
But he was a dark skinned gentleman. He was not of Indian descent. And there was a contested battle, and it was confirmed that President Ali defeated him.
Mm-hmm.
Right? One of the first thing President Ali did when he won, right? And I have one of the greatest level of respect for President Ali. He's a very humble man, right? The first thing he did was renegotiate the agreement. He said, no, this cannot stand. And because of President Ali being from an in Indian descent and also Muslim, what he did, these guys have a good sense of business. And it's not to racially slur anybody, but the Indians have always seemed to understand how to do business. Whereas we as black men know to make nice and party. So what they did was they went and they renegotiated the agreement, and that's how Guyana has gotten a better cut out of it, and royalties too. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they're not just paying 25% up front to the guy to the people of Guyana. They're also paying royalties on the back end. As long as them market the oil, they must get royalties too.
But
So
in Jamaica, based on what this man is saying, that the Jamaican government just sit down and not saying anything.
no, because typically it is a man in cabinet sit down and him make a deal, and him and the person walk out. So just give me. You remember how Jamaican ministers and politicians are transactional. They never, most of them never think about, particularly since this administration has come in, we have seen a more transactional politics than ever before. And it's the truth. I'm not trying to say there was none under PJ Patterson. Obviously, there was under PJ Patterson, but we have just seen most of it. We can talk about Real Reid. We can talk about all of the incidences that we have seen that point to the transactional activity. But my thing is that first of all, we are talking about Jamaican government participating with them for this. That's not the first discussion we should be having. The very first discussion we should be having is why aren't we training our people for this potential industry that is about to emerge?
True.
We
Hmm.
have we have the Venezuelan example, like I can share with you. We could invite the Venezuelans to come, set up at UTEC, because UTEC is University Science and Technology. That's what it was catered for. It was aimed for. And we can have our young people being prepared for the fields. Remember, there are different things. You have you have the drillers, you have the prefabricators, you have the people who will work as welders, you have the masons, the plumb. Different professions will be a part of the oil and gas industry. Yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, Jeffrey, what we need to do is we need to look quickly at the training for such industry. That is what so our trust NTA now. Instead of the director sitting up there and fatting up ourselves with money. Yeah? What should be happening now is there needs to be some arrangements. Reach out to the Trinidadians who have had history too in oil and gas. Yeah? Let us rally some scholarships to get our young people to be trained in that area.
True.
Yeah. Look at our masons. Because you're going to need masons and welders in the industry, because a lot of the welding that underground welding, underwater welding that happens is welders do it. Yeah. So we're going to need that sort of activity and training. So we have to look first on training our people to prepare for the emerging oil and gas industry.
So that.
Secondly,
Mm.
we must look at setting up what I call is our national, it is similar to a development fund. Yeah, and that fund, right, is our it should sit in, so revenues from this oil industry should flow to a portion of that fund, and that fund should sit there so that going forward in Jamaica, any access to education, access to housing, access to water, sanitary services, yeah, that fund takes care of that. We must use this opportunity because this might be blessing in disguise. We must use this opportunity to bring the oil and gas industry to our people. Go ahead.
Head boy, continue talking.
Right. So I'm saying that this opportunity in the oil and gas industry must be given to our people. We must give them the chance to receive the benefits from this. Whatever fund we set it up in, so that it is managed. And by the way, it should not be managed by any governmental entity. I would have preferred if you put it into something like a fund, maybe at some of the reputable fund management companies across the world, such as JP Morgan's, the major banks, so that this fund can be then um, set up to help to help ordinary Jamaicans, and then be invested, and the profits from it then used back in the society. So there is one thing that is clear in my mind is that we cannot allow these um, people who in fact is a puppet administration to be the ones to determine what happens to this fund. We need to get our benefit from this oil and gas industry, and I think the conversation needs to be had. And quite frankly, I am surprised that I am not hearing much from Philip Paulwell, who's opposition spokesperson on energy on this matter, and it is really worrisome to me. Are you back, Jeffrey? Jeffrey, are you back? Okay, okay. Right. So it's really surprising to me. I was saying, Jeffrey, that it's really surprising to me that I'm not hearing from Philip Paulwell on this matter.
Well,
This discussion started in 2015 under Portia Simpson Miller,
Yes.
Hello? The
Mm-hmm.
then Minister of Energy was Philip Paulwell. Now, I also am understanding why some people want to be in power again for third term, even though they told us they wanted a second, only 2 terms. Because that oil and gas money sweet them and them not get it yet. You
And
ever
and,
see
and, 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 and you know who is the Minister of Energy?
let me keep my mouth shut. I nearly said the misappropriator,
Please
but
don't do it.
I would not say so. You know,
You
I
know,
it is
and I want you all to watch something else again. Listen to this little video here then. And we're gonna wrap up. Here, Headboy, we're gonna wrap up after this.
That's a
my
while
friend.
gone. They found 7 billion barrels of oil in Jamaica. And you heard nothing about it in the media. Look at this article. It was published on July 12th. So a few weeks later, cartel come out and everybody I load up themselves. This is the problem with y'all Jamaicans. Y'all want to be entertained instead of focusing on the things that could heal your pain. 7 billion barrels of oil is equivalent to the length of 3.5 million football fields. And based on the current oil rates, it's equivalent to 3 times the current GDP of Jamaica. This can be a game changer. But Tande, I worry about man with no business, boy, yo. Y'all steady focusing on the things that don't matter. And that's why you're getting misused and abused. But if we come together and unite and do what's right, then we can't lose.
Head boy.
I totally agree with him. I love the accident. I love the accident. Amazing accident.
Mm.
You know. But I saw something somebody put in the chat, and and I I like I like the discussion because sometimes the chat is lively with good stuff and sometimes it's lively with some people that need to be flushed. Huh?
True.
But somebody said Jaquan said um Venezuela ship has passed. You go and talk. A country have the largest oil reserve in the world. For them ship can pass.
You know, you have some people who don't study, all they do is listen.
Yeah.
When I hear, if you come out and chat something with stupidness, they believe you. They don't
Then
go and they don't do any research.
then you have
One more,
another one. I'm looking at
yes,
the
go ahead.
chat. 1 second, Jeffrey. Then you have another one named because I'm responding to them individually now and then we'll go. You have another one named Creative Minds. It says Maduro is no damn help to Jamaica. Sir, let me remind you that whilst when the that agreement was being negotiated with Venezuela and Jamaica so that we could pass the IMF test. It was Maduro who led it. Chavez had died by 2014. So let me
Mm-hmm.
remind this person if they don't understand what is happening. But now, Jacon, there's another one that says why Jamaica should join BRICS. This is a very good question. I'm of the view that Jamaica should join BRICS and that Jamaica should move away from its traditional foreign relations partner, including the United States. And the reason for it is that if the next administration comes in the US with with an approach where me up there, you down there, right? A big stick approach, then Jamaica should now craft their own foreign policy. Remember the only time Jamaica ever crafted its own foreign policy was under Michael Manley, yeah, where Jamaica was non-aligned and it saw independence from Jamaica, yeah. So we need to. That is something that we need to look at. I'm not when I say move away from the US, I'm saying that your foreign policy must not be slowly dependent upon what the US says to you. There are other players in the world now. The US, a matter of fact, is one of the shrinking economies of the world. Um, why Edward PNP and JLP is the same thing, and then somebody says, "So
Continue talking. Give
true,
me a few minutes. Let's continue talking.
right?" Somebody else says, "I think he means Kanjuru in relationship with Venezuela." Okay, and Kingston swore on point exactly what was meant. Exactly. So I am saying that this is something we need to look at. Um, this is some good afternoon, Montague James, who is saying good afternoon to us and Jeffrey. But I'm saying that we need to understand how foreign relations work, and we need to look at the fact that we cannot have our friends like Venezuela, who has been an ally to us for a while, to suffer. If Venezuela was here in good standing right now, they could have helped us to drill for that oil. They have had experience in it. They have had equipment in it. You know, we definitely know that this is colonization in reverse, because what will happen is that these guys will now come, and when I say colonization in reverse, I'm using it in also wrong terminology, but I'm saying that what is happening is that this is recolonization, I should say, because we start that the decolonization activities had started way back then in the 70s, 70s, 60s. But what we're seeing happening now, because I am of the view that this United Gas company, which is from the UK, it is not the only company that could have done this. You have other companies that could have done it. Okay, I see Ubuntu put up something that's what he's speaking about. That's what I'm saying. Jamaica should join BRICS and move away from the traditional colonial oppressors. That will never mean up. Yes, exactly. I'm in total agreement with you, my friend. We need to look at our traditional foreign affairs policy, and it must be reflective of our view of the view of the change in the current space and the current world as we speak right now. Jeffrey,
Mhm. Yes, I'm here.
I'm not going to keep you any longer.
No, hold on there,
I
man.
know
Hold
you.
on, hold on. Hold on there. I need to show you something. Continue talking, me find this thing here.
No, I'm. Go ahead.
No. Continue talking. I'm looking for something here.
No, I'm responding to a message, Jeffrey. I have to respond to this message. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. Welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program. I just want to show you guys something here that it's very important that we see this before we go. It's pertaining to what is going on. Hopefully I can get it to come up. Hold on there. Let me see if I can get it. Okay, let me get back this down here now then. One moment for me. I'm going to show you something that prices has gone up in Coronation Market since Hurricane Beryl. And to be honest, it affecting a lot of people because some people don't have the money of per se to go out there and buy stuff. Let me show you what is, yes, this is it. Let me start this thing over, make you can see it. Here we go.
Hi, this is Kelsey Thomas from the Jamaica Observer. We are at the downtown Kingston Coronation Market today, where prices have reported trending upwards since the passing of Hurricane Beryl. We spoke to a few vendors and customers, and this is what they had to say.
Well, you know, a lot of them are Jamaica, so we have imported goods we have to sell now, which is a better quality, more cheaper than the local ones.
What are the prices like?
Tomato 700, sweet pepper 700, salad 700, Irish 250, onion the same, hot pepper. The dearest thing in the market right now.
In comparison to the past weeks, like immediately after the hurricane, are the prices trending down or up?
No, the prices are gone down now. A little local are coming, little. Like carrot come back in, sweet pepper come in. And with tomato, when I have no tomato yet.
Is there a shortage in any produce?
Everything short same way. Everything. Banana, coconut, yam, pumpkin.
In terms of the coming weeks, what do you expect?
The price stable right now. Because we get the goods them for one price.
Market good, you know? Just come back, go shop a market, man. Nothing wrong with market. Market cheap. Just spend what you can buy. If you used to come and buy a pound, you buy half pound. If you used to come and buy 2 pounds, you buy 1 pound. Market cheap.
In terms of since Hurricane Beryl, do you think less people are coming to the market?
Yeah, less people come here, yes. Because them say market dear. But you still have to spend. No matter what it takes. Not sure. I just come and just shop, as me tell you. You come and market there, you buy 1 pound. You can buy a pound, you buy half pound. Simple. A big deal.
How do you feel about the market prices this week?
They're definitely higher, significantly, especially some of the kind of main local products if you want local things. So for instance, local tomatoes, cauliflower has been high for a little while and it's imported. So it's been a challenge, absolutely. Local corn, a lot of the prices have gone up.
How often do you come to the market?
Every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks. And since Hurricane Beryl, how have you found the prices? Do you see like an increase or a decrease?
Definitely an increase in the prices since Beryl and also in scarcity. So I think the vendors have absolutely tried to keep the prices as low as they can, but the reality is that the things that we need for kind of our everyday delicious food, such as skeleton and stuff, you know, they're just not as available. And so as a result, the prices have definitely shifted.
What has your shopping experience been in the market this week?
Well, the prices is very high because tomato is $800 a pound. Sweet pepper for $800. Irish potato is for $250. Sweet potato is for $400. So I gather that is very high.
You shop at the market often?
Yes, I do every week.
Has this been the highest it's been since Hurricane Beryl?
No, last week was the highest. Tomato was going for $1,000. Lettuce was going for $1,000. So it's a little bit low today.
Wow. You hear that, head boy?
Yes, Jeffrey.
Think,
The prices.
why do we love, why they're saying, and I need to figure out something here. They're saying that the prices of local stuff in Jamaica is more expensive than the overseas stuff. I don't understand why they're saying that. Can you tell me, explain that to me?
Why the local? Well, remember, Jeffrey, right? The policy of the Ministry of Agriculture has been that certain things they're trying to grow. But remember this, that certain input costs for the farmers in Jamaica is not like the same input costs for the farmers in the United States. That's one. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
That's one. Two, the economy of scale and the availability of land and machinery in the United States so the cost of production is far way cheaper. In short, cost of production is far way cheaper. Two, these guys have subsidies from their various states. So, for
Yes,
example,
true,
I know
true.
the great state of Iowa, right? Iowa is a big pig state. Yeah, they produce most of the pigs in the United States for the industry, for the pig industry, the pork industry. Sorry, and I know of a farmer in Iowa, and he told me that his subsidies come directly from the government. The only thing that he does is get the pigs, put them in the pen, and slaughter them.
Whoa.
You heard what I said?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The least he might do is give back a portion for like what they give him in the feed, and so he might pay back for some of those.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a revolving thing that he pays. He says he pays about 10 to 20% of that back into the fund to get access back to it
So
again.
in other words, it's best that you leave from Florida and go somewhere to have a farm and get a pig farm going.
Yes, man, you can. A lot of so it's a lot of the states. A lot of the states, what they do now, right? What they do now is that they actually help the local state agriculture departments in different states. What they do is they look at what is the niche market. So, if you're in Idaho, it would be potato, yeah, which is the home of potato. If you're in Minnesota, it would be that thing there for syrup, that we use a lot for syrup for when we're doing pancakes. Maple syrup.
Right.
Maple, and some other nuts, walnut nuts, ground, all of those nuts, walnuts, and so forth. So I'm saying that it's the incentive program that these guys give to the farmers that make the farmers stay alive and can compete. Also remember, all of the produce that is produced in the United States, they grade them. So they have produce for table, produce for produce for the high-end customers, which them then a bruise, produce for you and I, the local persons, and then they have what they call grade 3 or grade C and grade D. Grade C and D goes into one for animal feed and one for manufacturing. So your tomato paste, your different things, yeah. And that's how they have managed to I think we need to seriously, we have no since Roger Clark, we have not had a minister of agriculture. What we have had is some land grabbers who are trying to say they're farmers, yeah. Right. And not to knock me good friend Floyd, me not attack you, cause they never catch you a grab no land. They only catch you a drink rum and no movement there. Shower labor right.
You better mind these little kick we have on the channel about no shower labor, right? but when you look at this head boy, when you look at all what is going on in our
No,
country,
it's not saying that.
when you
Yes, Jeffrey.
When look at what is going on in our country, head boy. You have a woman whose son was murdered by the state in police custody.
Yeah.
And 10 years after, she hasn't gotten justice for her family, for her son. Donald Lee Donaldson's case is coming up in September. Will she ever get justice? The DPP case is coming up in September. Will she retain as Jamaica's Director of Public Prosecution? You know, the former Commissioner of Police, Anthony, what's his name again?
Anthony Anderson.
Anthony Anderson will be in the United States as Jamaica's ambassador to Washington, D.C. come sometime this year or next year. All of this. Then you have the Minister of National Security coming out and telling us that people are spreading mischief by saying that the figures of the JCF crime statistics, we're saying it's not right. He's saying that we're spreading propaganda. It is right. All these things are happening. We find oil in Jamaica. Jamaica's national debt stand at 1 point or 2 point something trillion dollars. 1 point something trillion is missing from the Prime Minister's office is unaccountable for. $700 billion is unaccountable for the Ministry of Health. And we can go on and on and on and on and on. When will we see something that we can say, yes, our people can gain something from what is going on in this country?
Well, Jeffrey, let me tell you. You have said, boy, you have mixed up so many things a while ago, I tell you. But in short, I can respond in saying, right, that the people have to be the ones to demand this. The people have to be the ones to want this. And the people have to be the ones to make this happen. Yeah? For too long, our people have been silent and they have become dumb. And I don't mean dumb in the brain, dumb in their speech. That they are not willing to speak out. And that fear of speaking out is because of the fear of victimization. So that is why you see there has been this level of silence in Jamaica, right? Some don't want to speak out because when them look in them community, them see one man with the paper bag, go give them the paper bag, something in the paper bag. So my reality is we have to now look at shaping a new course for the country. And I'll dare say that the possibilities for Jamaica are endless, Jeffrey. Let me close in this, and why I say the possibilities are endless. 20 years ago, nobody would want to have nobody had any interest in Santo Domingo. Yes? Nobody had interest in Santo Domingo. A year back, I had the privilege of going down there. Yeah? And let me tell you, Jeffrey, I was absolutely dumb. I was struck by how Punta Cana has changed. Do you know Punta Cana has 500,000 available rooms? Did you hear what I said?
500,000 available rooms.
Good. Do you know Punta Cana receives 4 million passengers per year stay over? Not less than a week.
Wow.
Let me help you again. Do you know the DR, Dominican Republic, is receiving 7 million stay over passengers a year? When we are bragging about we little 2 million and 3 million? As the young people, I'm gonna say, shut your mouth with a little bit of money. So why did I raise that point? I'm saying Jamaica can grow. Our product, our brand, and when I say brand, I don't want nobody think me talk about a brand, because brand is not Jamaica. Yeah, brand is the people of Jamaica. Yeah, exactly. We are the brand of Jamaica. Now, when I look at the growth that we can achieve, But what is stopping this growth? What is stopping this growth is the crab in barrel mentality. They can't wait for the pot. You ever there run a granny and she a fried chicken it and every minute they take out one out the pot?
Listen to me. No matter talk with my grandmother. I used to love to do that. Continue talking. Go ahead.
Yes. So I am saying Jeffrey that essentially what we have seen over the years is a set of politicians whom they're only there to full them belly. Yeah? Them licky, then nyami, and then wanga got. Yeah? And in Santo Domingo, what happened in Santo Domingo is that though the government there, the party there that was in power for quite a long time, they took this decision that look here, we're going to grow, we must make this country better. That because remember that Santo Domingo has the most migrants in the Caribbean, you know.
Yes.
Them and Cuba send out them and Haiti send out the most migrants into the world. So when I saw how they have transformed, and let me tell you, down there is pristine when I talk about clean environment. As a matter of fact, I'm scheduled to go there very soon. And I will send you the pictures, Jeffrey, whilst I drink my champagne on the beach. But I tell you that obviously, first of all, let's look at what they are doing. Branding. What they have done, the prices in the hotels in Santo Domingo, Punta Cana is way cheaper than in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
And they have better quality hotels, more all-inclusive. You get quality food for it. That's one. Two, to fly into Santo Domingo is far way cheaper than flying into Jamaica.
Wow.
So if we don't careful, if we're not careful, in the next 2 to 3 years, Santo Domingo will be overtaking our tourism. And let me tell you, if I find $10 tomorrow and can buy a villa down there, may I buy it?
Are you talking about tourism though, head boy? If they find oil from the tip of Negril in Westmoreland, or wherever they find the oil to the tip of Morant Bay in St. Thomas, is it gonna affect Jamaica's tourism sector?
Not necessarily, because most of the drilling is done off the borders, off the shores. Remember, it's offshore drilling, you know. Meaning when I say offshore, it's not going to come right into there are mechanisms to deal with it. Remember that oil is drilled in Trinidad, and a lot of those places in Trinidad still have the beach, still have the pristine beaches. Is there's a lot that would be able to be done to deal with the mitigation. Oil and gas, people been mining for oil all along. And let me tell you something. You see this climate change thing, I believe it is real, but I'm not going to make because of climate change. We don't make money.
Yes.
Man must live.
Not by bread alone.
Okay. So
I want to show another video that was just sent to me about prices in Jamaica.
Yes, go ahead.
The cost of food and non-alcoholic beverages increased by 3.5% on an annual basis at the end of July. Statin says average prices in the group were up 1.9% for the month of July alone, with food prices up 2% compared to June. A 7% rise in vegetables, tubers, plantains, cooking bananas, and pulses contributed to the segment's increase. There was a 0.3% increase in the average cost of non-alcoholic beverages. All classes in this group increased due to higher prices for fruit juices, teas, and carbonated beverages.
You have it. Things are going up every day in our country.
Thanks to your Minister of Finance, the world's best, the man from Oxford in London, England. Yeah, mate.
I want you to
Jeffrey, hold on there. You know me, I forget the one here. Them said the minister is a road scholar. So I asked them, what road were they referring? Were they referring to the carpet?
I was going to say that to you.
Because from my understanding, he is in fact a Rhodes Scholar. But he just, when he went to Oxford, I was told he stood behind the back. It could not be behind the front. He went to school. Couldn't be in the front, him go. Must be in Oxford, him go. Because when you look at his policies, first of all, he came to Parliament this year in his budgetary presentation to say that we are now going to remove the duties on certain importation of agricultural items in keeping with the World Trade Organization. And I said, what sort of idiot is this man? Right? Because every country have adjusted the WTO arrangement to suit them. How do you deal with this to get around the WTO? You enter into trade agreements. We have a trading bloc called CARICOM, and we have a trading bloc called NAFTA, CBI now NAFTA, yeah, North American Free Trade, which Mexico runs, Mexico, Canada, the US, and we on ourselves through the Caribbean, this Caribbean-based initiative, the CBI, we're a part of it. But we have not seen any attempt by this foreign affairs minister, and this is where foreign affairs come in, is to negotiate more bilateral arrangements with countries. So therefore the need for this removal of the duties from food import. But I know why they're doing it. It's because of them and them same friend them, right? The same friend them with their MAGA, right? Right? That is Upper Waterloo Road. Yeah. That they want to give them that preference so them will become the distributors of food in the country. So not only will they cut out the local farmers, they will then become the ones who are selling to the people to go sell a market.
May God help us.
Yeah. So this is a bunch of oligarchs and criminals who are trying to what they're trying to do is to control the food distribution in the country. But let let them know that the good man from St. James, the Deacon Samuel Sharp, that on Christmas morning in 1831, right, the famous Christmas rebellion, that the goodly deacon lit a fire on Kensington Estate. Yes. Well, and in simultaneously whilst that fire was lit, right at Froome Estate in Westmoreland, where you're from, my friend.
Yes.
That the slaves were so organized that the moment Kensington was lit, Froome was lit, as far as over in Frontier in St. Mary was lit at the same time. So what am I saying? That when Fire Down must still using Jerry Small's reference to Minister of Legal and Constitutional Affairs, that be careful what you're doing, because food, everybody have to eat. Lawyer must eat, doctor must eat, pastor must eat, and the politician must eat. And this might be a matter that the Jamaican people will get riled up about. So be careful how the food prices are going. Because it don't make no sense to get more money in your pocket to spend, but it will go towards the increase in food prices. That don't make no sense. That can't work. Anyway, Jeffrey.
Hold on there before you go. Listen to this. I don't know if you heard about it. Two couple were attacked in separate incidents in St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland, which left 2 men and a woman dead. And then another one just came into us, where the St. Catherine South Police have launched an investigation into the gun slaying of a man in Portmore on Thursday.
Right.
And the Minister of National Security has this to say to the Jamaican people. Let's listen to what he has to say before we go.
Still with national security, the minister has rebuked critics of the force's crime statistics. He issued firm condemnation from comments in some quarters discrediting the published numbers to date. Nika Lewis reports.
Something is amiss is a feeling some Jamaicans harbor whenever the police issue their crime figures indicating major crimes including murders are down. It's for some a notion that murders simply could not be declining with as many deaths and rumors of deaths saturating social media spaces daily. A rhetoric that has neither been lost on nor welcomed by the security minister.
I have a concern at attempts by elements of the public to discredit the police statistics. The method and of accumulating statistics has been used for decades by the police. When the statistics were bad, nobody questioned it. In fact, they were highlighted and used extensively. Recent comments by anonymous individuals and highlighted by media is disturbing because it undermines the work of the police.
He insists the government invested heavily in the police force and has increased its recruitment of bright Jamaicans, some with university degrees and technical skill set.
We have provided them with additional tools and good working space. So we are having results as we believed at the very beginning. To seek to question those statistics now is undermining the work of the police. It is disrespectful of the police force and the democratic society because it considers treacherous when violence is as high as it is today, quite frankly. It is certainly highly unethical to raise issues of the work of the police force in a society in which we still have extremely high violence.
And the Deputy Prime Minister, like his boss, says some Jamaicans appear bent on creating fear and panic. He too assures the police are ready to track down the criminals and prosecute them where possible.
It's as if some people are beginning to make an excuse for the horror imposed on people in Cherry Lane because the police have been able to identify and seek to prosecute them. We have in fact detained many. One was killed in combat and others detained, another handed himself over. It was a brutal activity in Cherry Lane, and I think some people may be having some remiss, but that is not part of the justice system. We will find them, apprehend them, and lock them up. If they challenge the police, our police officers are trained and will deal with them. But this kind of excuse is not acceptable, it's not a part of the justice system. We will not even listen to it.
The minister was addressing the media this week after criminals opened fire, shooting 8 people at a wake in Point Hill, St. Catherine. At least one person died in that incident. Nika Lewis, CVM News.
All of that in what he's saying, then this happened some time ago. Listen to this.
Community is devastated.
Hold on, let's do it over again.
Community is devastated.
I was over there, standing in the middle, and then I heard gunshots. And one of my friends fell.
I'm in Cherry Tree Lane, Clarendon, where yesterday the streets became bloodstained. 8 people, including a young boy, were massacred here at a bingo game. The incident leaving 9 others, including an infant, injured. The event has rocked the community.
Devastating, dark, make the whole scene even now look black to me.
The fear was palpable on the ground. Some stared in disbelief, while others recounted the brutal Sunday slaying which sent shockwaves across the island.
My baby getting dead. My cousin really Jesus.
CVM TV News interviewed several survivors of the bingo carnage, but we were advised by security forces to withhold identities as investigations persist. You're about to hear from another at the heart of the controversy.
It was my baby father's birthday, and we just decided to cook some food, and family and friends get together, and we just eat and enjoy ourselves. My mother, you know, she lose her belly pain. Her husband dead in her hand.
One woman lost her cousin, husband, and daughter. Another man lost his uncle, cousin, sister, and nephew. He was too dumbfounded to offer anything beyond tears.
You can see the tragedy. You can see
the boxes of food that have been left on the table. You can see the blood, you can see just the trauma that took place.
The authorities have described the event as a terror attack, with police imposing a 96-hour curfew in the community. The constabulary has also deployed units to the surrounding areas.
The perpetrators of the crime, we are pursuing them, and we promise you as a community that we are going to find them.
Ramon Gordon for CPM News.
Cherry Tree Lane is not one of those communities that you hear about very often, and the residents there prefer it like that. Cherry Tree Lane is about 6 kilometers from Maypen, the parish's capital, and 57 kilometers from the nation's capital, Kingston. The community is located central in the southwest Clarendon constituency and consists of mostly low-income to middle-income earners. Around 1,500 to 2,000 persons live there, with a good mix of teachers, police officers and entrepreneurs who leave the community to work, while others set up enterprises there. The community is made up of other classifications of workers, particularly in construction. The children attend nearby schools such as Fogar Road Infant, Four Paths Primary and Junior High, Fogar Road and Knox Community College. Some of the same challenges that confront most communities are present in Cherry Tree, water being the most significant. Crime had not been one of those challenges until now.
And then this. Hold on there.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Midday News. Here's what we have in the bulletin. Another mass shooting in the country, 8 shot, 1 fatally at Kingston, Catherine. Energy Minister orders special over shot, 1 fatally. Energy Minister. Good afternoon and welcome to the Midday News. Here's what we have in the bulletin. Another mass shooting. Energy Minister orders special Catherine. Energy Minister orders special audit into JPS high electricity bills on the current billing cycle. And later in sports, West Indies Limited Overs coach says developing a winning culture will be key to future success. Thank you for joining us. I'm Machine Masters, and here are the details. We begin this afternoon with news of yet another mass shooting in the country. 8 persons were shot, 1 fatally in Point Hills and Catherine on Wednesday. The incident happened around 2 a.m. at a wake being held for the grandmother of reggae artist Christopher Martin. This attack comes just over a week after the deadly mass shooting in Clarendon. Details in this report.
The community of Backpasture in Point Hill St. Catherine was plunged into mourning early Wednesday morning after a heavily armed gunman opened fire at a wake. The injured persons were rushed to hospital with gunshot wounds.
We run our kitchen, sit down with the others cooking, and we go here whole heap of barrage a shot. And then we get up and we look down to where the board was. We see everybody running to where I was. And it was just chaos. Right now, like me, I walk, but I'm in a daze.
My first reaction, I left from around the back because I heard my sister here, she was screaming and calling for her children and asked where her children was. And we held on to her and said, they are here, they are there, they are there, and they are okay. And when we're there, and I heard somebody come and said to me, called my name, and she said to me, call somebody because my nephew got shot.
The gunmen continued on their rampage in the community. When the shooting subsided, 34-year-old farmer O'Neill Spencer was found dead just meters away from where the wake was held. He was described as a respectable person.
Quiet young man, me no know if him in the impasse all the time, and me get very respectful young man to me. Me no know if him, me no know.
In a post on his Instagram account, Christopher Martin commented on the incident, condemning the heinous act while extending sympathy to the families of those affected. The police are investigating. Carrie Simpson, TVJ News.
All of that headboard. And you heard what the Minister of National Security said. Apparently the minister didn't hear this lady here crying. Then Jackson Miller went down there and she provided us with this report.
What shook me more
was when we came over and they brought me to the red car here, and this is where the body of the 8-year-old was. And I must tell you,
right here.
Right here. Right here. Right here. So you can just imagine the horror that the persons in this community they went through. So
how did you feel seeing the child?
Diana, I can tell you that we are trained to deal with a lot of, the worst of the worst. But I can tell you, seeing that, I don't know how to describe it. And up to now, I'm a police, but I am still. We have to respond to it. We have to be dealing with it. We have to be pursuing the persons of interest and those who we think might have anything to do with it. But just processing all of this as it is right now, I don't think that I've gotten the time to process it, because we have to be dealing with the response. We have to be dealing with the investigation. We have to be dealing with the pursuit of the persons based on the intelligence we are given. So I to be honest with you, and I don't know if I've actually started to process it that way.
And then 3 men killed in St. Thomas. This woman here in Cherry Tree Garden, Cherry Tree Lane, rather, had this.
I hit straight to the hospital. When I went there, the man, Jesus, oh my God, Trevor all the tears. Doctor them said they tried everything, but they couldn't save her.
It was when you went to the hospital that you realized it was your daughter?
Yes, I realized at that moment, because everybody is crying out Diamond. So I realized it wasn't Antoine, it was Diamond. When I went, she called me and said I should come and identify her. When I look lying on the bed, oh my daughter, Jesus Christ, the Diamond. Lifeless, not moving. I don't know how I went through the hospital doors, but I was running. Just started to run. Cannot believe. Trust me, Dan.
And then, fast forward to today. The mother of Mario Deane, who was murdered 10 years ago by the security forces at the Barnett Street Police Station in Montego Bay, over a little ganja cliff. Until now, he can't get justice. Until now, she can't get justice for her son. This is what happened yesterday in a demonstration by Jamaicans for Justice.
Calls for justice in the Mario Deane case continue to grow louder nearly a decade after the tragic events that led to his death. Deane died in 2014 after being beaten in police custody. This matter remains at the center of the high-profile case involving 3 officers. Now, despite numerous delays, the fight for accountability is far from over. Ramon Gordon has the latest from a recent protest and updates on the stalled legal proceedings.
Cries for justice in the case of then 31-year-old Mario Deane reverberate even now, almost 10 years after the controversial slaying. Back in 2014, Deane, who was held after being found with a single ganja spliff, was beaten to death while in police custody. 3 officers implicated in the incident. The case has been postponed several times, adding to the frustration of one closest to the quandary.
And 10 years is just too long, too long.
Deane's mother, Mercia Fraser, has led annual protests demanding justice for her son, his case being postponed again to November 18, this time due to lack of jurors.
What we are facing, especially in St. James, is an issue where it's hard for us to find jurors for all the cases involved, not just this case in particular. and we really have been working with the court administration to see how best we can find as many jurors as we can to get most of the cases that are in backlog out, which this case happens to be one of them.
The delays by the state is a travesty to justice. Come November 18th, we must see the trial date commencing for Mario Deane.
Jamaicans for Justice JFJ have since 2014 advocated for swift justice and also police accountability. Today, its executive director, Mickel Jackson, says time has run out.
Come November 18th, the Jamaican state must say to the people that, listen, now is the time to end police impunity. Now is the time for state accountability. Now is the time for those who were a part of this gentleman's death to be held to account.
The St. James Police say they want justice, with Commanding Officer Eron Samuels offering remedies for the current juror deficit, even suggesting judge-only trials.
We understand the plight, and we want persons to know that we are interested in justice.
I want you to stand up for justice with Miss Fraser. Let her know that you're supporting her call, because again, when it is that we don't demand accountability from the state, it could be you next.
Ramon Gordon for CVM News.
This is the country that the Minister of National Security is saying that we must not spread propaganda news. I want you to listen to something more also. In the St. Catherine South Police Division, let me find it here. Okay, you have the St. Catherine North Police Division. Let me start with this. Let me start with, they said that 32% of crime was down in St. Elizabeth. That's Minto saying it. Listen to this.
Minto, Superintendent, the Divisional Commander for the Parish of St. Elizabeth. We're here with the Honorable Prime Minister, so I'd like to just give you a brief in terms of the division. We are now seeing, sir, an overall reduction of 32% in major crimes, and the breakdown, shootings have been down by 12%, robberies down 27%, aggravated assault down 33%, break-ins are down 52%, rape, we're at the same point we were last year, murders, we're seeing 4 more than the same period last year, but overall there's a reduction of 32%. In terms of our fatalities, sir, last year this time we had 21 fatal collisions with 23 fatalities. Now we're down to 15 fatal collisions with 17 fatalities. This, sir, we believe is attributed to the operational activities we have in the parish. Last year this time we would have written 6,202 tickets. This year we have increased that to 21,065. The operational activities across the parish continues. We now have 4 zones with zone commanders, and we have our operational support teams across each zone. That is augmented with the support from specialized operation out of Kingston that provides support, as well as our Area 3 OST across the St. Elizabeth space.
Excellent report. Noted 2 things. One is the increase above this time last year for murders. What accounts for that?
We have had, sir, some of the murders attributable factors, domestic. We have also had a few that are attributed to gang-related activities. And as you know, so St. Elizabeth lies right between some of the other divisions where we have persons moving across various borders. But all the other categories of crime have been down, sir.
And I take note as well that your traffic enforcement and public order enforcement would have resulted in a reduction in fatalities, and that is also good. What is the specific plan to treat with your slight uptick in the murder numbers, and is that going to be a focus on gangs? Because I know that in this division there are a number of gangs, one of them in particular, that has caused many deaths as a result of gang warfare.
So as I indicated, sir, the support out of strategic operations, specialized operations in this space, they have been with us since June. We were able to only end June with one murder. So far, we have had one murder for July, and with the support from area and the SO team out of Kingston, we're hoping that we'll be able to keep the figures down and to, in the coming weeks, reduce this number to below the figures for last year. So.
Well, you know, we have some key performance indicators for the police. That's how we are operating now. And I hope that you are keeping within the targets that have been set.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good.
All of that. And then they said in the North Police, St. Catherine Police Division, crime is down. There's a reason why I'm playing all of this for you, you know. Listen to this.
At this moment, sir, St. Catherine North Division is experiencing an 18.6% reduction.
That's an improvement from the last time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we have, as you can see, the results of the ongoing operations.
Yes, I realize you
illegal firearms.
Yes.
And the police officer is in good spirits.
How are the police officers who are injured?
One was treated and released, and the other one is in hospital. He's in good spirits and he's been treated. And we continue to give him the kind of support. Our initiatives across the division continues, sir, and we are hoping that the murder reduction, the rate of it, will continue. The gap between this year and last year will continue to trend in the right direction, sir.
Well, as I had indicated when I spoke to you last, that I was very pleased with the kind of dynamic operational strategies that have been employed, and I see where you have had results where 2 criminals were taken out of the space over the weekend, and I encourage you to continue with great speed and alacrity and ensure that the people of Spanish Town can be safe. And I am really very hopeful that we will see a major reduction. We are now 18%.
Yes, sir, 18.6.
All right, I'm going to set you a 30% reduction. Very good.
Now, I want them to tell us, how do they calculate the murder rates in this country? Because I don't understand. I really don't understand. My final video for the afternoon is this one.
How are you, Superintendent?
I am fine,
How
sir.
are things in your area?
Well, the division is doing very well, sir. We're at a 25% decrease in all major crimes since the start of the year.
Very good.
Up to today. Yesterday, we recovered 2 firearms.
Good.
Yes, sir. One in Old Harbour and one in the Portmore here, sir. One man was taken into custody and is presently at the Greater Portmore lockup.
Excellent,
Yes,
excellent, excellent. How's your community policing efforts in this area?
Very good, sir. We have a youth service team here, and we have Sergeant Baker, who is in charge of community safety and security here at the Waterford Police Station. And each month we have community meeting with the youth service, and each station has to provide and communicate and held a widely publicized meeting each month in the Waterford area that we are at now, sir.
Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Yes, sir.
Those, good question. Carol, good question. What is your plan, Mr. Prime Minister? And if we should dig deeper, we'll see something else. But you know something? My viewers and subscribers and my students on this channel here, it's a PR. It's more than a PR for him. Maybe I should open up the phone lines for a little bit, and then we're going to say goodbye. For those who want to call in, the numbers are 954-529-8030. What is your views on the upsurge of crime in Jamaica, the upsurge of mass shooting in the country? This has never happened before. Your views on it, give us a call. 954-529-8030 is also a WhatsApp number. Also a WhatsApp number. So you can call in and tell us your views. Your views on what is going on. Your views. Do you believe that crime is going on in the country? Do you believe crime is going on in Jamaica, or is it a figment of the authorities' imagination? Hold on there. What is this? Oh, okay. Is it a figment of your imagination? Or imagination? Is it that crime is going down or crime is going up? Jamaica. Can somebody call it? 954-529-8030. Your views on it. We don't get the views, we're gonna hang up. We're gonna just go on and end the show. Boy, I don't know. The nation is in in crisis because you hear some stuff coming out of the JCF mouth, and when you speak about it, people say, they say that you're lying. In the light of the recent state of emergency declared in the parish of Clarendon, the Jamaica Constabulary Force is in full mobile and committed to maintain law and order. Okay. Lord have his mercy. There's so many missing people in this country. A 17-year-old young lady is missing from Spanish Town, Clarendon. A 59-year-old lady is missing from downtown Kingston. A 29-year-old man is missing, woman again, is missing from Mountain View. A 19-year-old young man is missing from where this is? Stony Hill. A 15-year-old is missing from Spanish Town. A 15-year-old is missing from Linstead. A 61-year-old woman is missing from Halfway Tree. No lie. Sorry. She's missing. Call the Halfway Tree Police Station. A 13-year-old is missing. You can call the August Town Police Station. A 14-year-old young lady again is missing. You can call the Mount Salem Police in Montego Bay. So many people is missing and so many murder going on in the country. There is some update coming into us from 2 men have been charged in the recent, related to the Clarendon murder shooting incident. I want you to listen to this because I don't have any time to bring it up on the video thing here, but listen to this.
Superintendent of Police.
Hold on for me, sorry.
Superintendent of Police in charge of the Clarendon Division. We have been carrying out a number of targeted operations under the SOE as recently as yesterday.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our program. You're live.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, my friend. How are you doing?
Yeah, how is everything? Long time I don't call your program.
If I go back to Jamaica, I go to England and go help King Charles.
Man, so busy trying chasing those federal notes in order to survive in America. You know it already.
May I tell you?
You know? Well, your mood point today is whether you think the crime statistic is correct based on what the police publish.
Right.
I'm not in agreement with the police statistics. And I said the prime minister politicizing crime now. That's a very, very low way to try to gain political mileage now.
And also the Minister of National Insecurity is saying that we're making mischief by saying that the crime numbers are wrong. And I said to him at the top of my show, I said to him, Minister, the Jamaican people do not trust you. They do not trust the JCF. They do not trust the Prime Minister.
But Jeffrey, you have always been the voice of the people, man. So keep doing what you're doing, boss.
And quite frankly, all of it is a bunch of damn liars and a pathological emendations according to KD Knight. You come out and tell the people a lie. I don't believe so. We don't have no sense.
they'll intimidate the people with this crime, unabated crime. Because I've always said it, Jeffrey, the unabated crime wave in Jamaica is a social political tool, used to contain the poor and to intimidate civil society, I always say that,
Indeed.
Nobody make concrete efforts to curtail the level of murder and mayhem will take place among the poor,
Nobody at all.
Yeah, and look at the police budget. The police budget is very large, billions upon billions of dollars in the national security budget.
Yeah, man. You mean billions and billions of thieving from it?
Well, I can't put words in your brain, Jeffrey, but you always say the right thing.
I want to ask you something. Your views on the whole thing. 10 years now since the death of Mario Deane, and his mother cannot get justice for him. Your views on that?
Well, that's a national disgrace, and that's a reflection on the judicial system too. I always bash it, and is a reflection on that too. But Jeffrey, remember, you always highlight the 2010 incursion in Tivoli Gardens, where scores of our poor defenseless people were slaughtered, by the same security force, and no justice for most of those people in Tivoli Gardens. Those people are Jamaican poor people too, They were gathered up, they were systematically slaughtered, and up to now, no accountability, and the same Prime Minister going around massacre scene and feigning sympathy for the deceased. What a disgrace. What about your supporters in Tivoli Gardens who were slaughtered by the same security forces?
But not only that, in the same breath, in Tivoli Garden, the incursion of 2010, the Prime Minister has a man who's sitting in his office who has presided over the assassination of not only Keith Clark, but other Jamaican citizens. And what he does, he gives him the ambassador of plentiful.
Jeffrey, you're one of the only talk show hosts who have the audacity and the courage to highlight all of these things, The rest of them are cowards, I said a mouthpiece coward, You're the only talk show host who actually highlight this, and actually belabor the point, that Mr. Clark was slaughtered, up to now, nothing concrete no come out of that slaughter,
The man,
I don't hear no talk show host, no mainstream media house in Jamaica talk about that, You're the only person talk about that,
21 bullets was pumped into the back of Keith Clark. The Jamaican state assassinated Mr. Clark and other Jamaican citizens in the 2010 incursion into Tivoli Garden, and nothing was done about it. I want to come and tell you about me must jump up and say, shower me right and hi, comrade, no mad.
They realized that the people who collaborated and orchestrated those slaughter, the wholesale slaughter in Tivoli Gardens, are placed in high position.
Oh, yeah,
one in the transport ministry, one in get a special position in the hierarchy. All of these people who massacre the people are given big positions now, What a shameless labor, right, man?
I just said it to you. I said, the one who presided over the assassination of a Jamaican and other Jamaicans on Jamaican soil is sitting in the Prime Minister's office as ambassador of plentiful.
You're the only one who talk about that. And if we have plans to Jamaica for justice now, we start to take up the battle for justice for the poor openly. I always wonder why I didn't hear the voice of Jamaica for Justice. And Jamaica for Justice is one of the most powerful NGOs in Jamaica right now.
I think the head of the Jamaican for Justice decides, it's true. I have had enough of this bloody nonsense in this country. She not stand up and talk now. And I lift my hat to the good lady. I do.
Where Miss Carlin go up?
Carlin has resigned, I think she lives in the United States now,
Oh, because Jamaica for Justice is one of the most powerful NGOs right now, who can move mountains in this country if they so desire. They have the resources to mobilize people, you know. Even more so than the parliamentary opposition, you know. Who sometimes I wonder who's going to put out some fire under their ass that they can actually come out and represent the people.
Yeah.
You know?
When you have a country, sir, where the country presided over the atrocity of its own citizens, the assassination of its own citizens, the assassination of Keith Clark, the assassination of other Jamaican citizens. 21 bullets was pumped into the body of Keith Clark.
The Jamaican constable.
Other Jamaicans who was killed, were put into a mass grave in the Spanish Town Cemetery, and nothing comes out of it. Not a damn thing come out of it.
The so-called Jamaica Constabulary Force need total reformation right now, because they clear up murders by killing so-called perpetrators and say they clear up this and they clear up that. That's not investigation. None of these, I want to observe in my lifetime in Jamaica, most of these name brand crime fighters has never brought big cases to court and prosecute the perpetrators. They are known for slaughterers. They go and slaughter people. You know, so you don't know the truth. You don't know if when your name is called and a gruesome crime and they slaughter you. You don't know if you are the victim or you are the perpetrator. You don't know, because they slaughter you and nothing come out into the court. No truth, nothing at all. That's how they make their name in the system. That's not policing, Jeffrey. Do extraditional killing and trying to appease public sentiments. That's not policing. That's not policing.
And
people who do extraditional killing with uniform on should be tried for murder.
And when you have people of the Vumvavan and the Vumvavin sitting in the high positions that they have in this country, you think Jamaicans will ever get into justice? You think Donnelly Donaldson's mother will ever get into justice? You think other Jamaicans who are languishing in the jail, in the prison cells in this country of Jamaica, who are put there by police officers, and those who put them there, the people have never seen the light of day, much as to say a courthouse? Huh? I'm talking about constitutional reform and I'm not talking about 2030 vision. We sit down.
I like when they leak them.
We sit down in this country, and all we do is talk about we are PNP and we are Labour Party and we are JLP. Huh? Because what? It don't reach our doorstep, so we don't speak about it.
But even the guys you put in uniform and give a paycheck and call him a police. Even member of his team, are slaughtered, without no proper investigation, Look on even young policeman Irons, who was slaughtered in the system, and the rank and file guys are so coward themselves. The one of the bravest guy right now in the system was the man Ron James, who tried to represent the rank and file. And notice how the rank and file is so complicit in the silence when they come under abuse. They're not in a violent society to deal with sick police who can't afford medication. Not even that they have.
I'll tell you something, and that is why we have to be careful when we come on here and say we're standing for the Jamaican people, because them same man will turn against you.
You're right.
Look at what Rowan James has done. Huh? And look what they did to Rowan James. Mr. James, right now, is still fighting a battle. And you believe that the rank and file of the JC will stand by Rowan James. They don't do it. And that is why I'm saying
killing a policeman. Killing a policeman is a capital crime. Killing a policeman is a capital crime. Capital murder. A young policeman, Irons, was slaughtered by somebody who drive a white vehicle, and up to now, nobody has been brought to court for that slaughter. The commissioner of prisons, Reverend Moore, was slaughtered, and look who they put to present a scenario to the people. A fool. What name? Them call him Fit Bailey, you know? Fix Bailey. You call that, you put that fool in front of the camera in expensive suit to demoralize the people by telling the people this man come over spiritually ill and died as a result of hanging from a car accident. Look when I see that. That masquerading fool in expensive suit. I'm presenting himself with a black face that make it even worse. Trust me.
Yes, my friend. All right, thank you for
Jeffrey, it was always a pleasure, man. And I won't stay away for long again.
All right.
All right?
Thanks much.
Cool. All right.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Mek. Why did the person hang up? This is the Mek Wi Talk program. We're calling, but the person just called us. Hello, caller. Welcome to the program. You're live.
And just I not the program finished because I clicked on it and then you were going on and then I fast forward. I don't know what I should say. I thought it was over.
I'm not hearing one thing you're saying, caller.
You're not hearing me? Is it better now?
A little bit better now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I said I really that I out because I wasn't sure if your program over.
No, it's live. We're gonna be over pretty soon.
All right, so I was listening to a gentleman that was just talking about the injustice that is going on to the people of our country, and also the lady that was talking about the land, and also the injustice that's undone to her. But Jeffrey, I want to ask you, name me one thing in Jamaica that is going right towards the people of Jamaica.
You really want me to answer that?
Yes, man. Take out 30 seconds and think. I'm telling you one thing that is working right towards the poor people of Jamaica. Are the people in the below crossroad.
Dig out their hand. Eyelash and falls here.
Oh, God, no, I sit here, I sit here and I listen and I look back on the people of Jamaica. You know, what is going to take for them to realize what is going on? We are here in America and life is so bad for us because at least we can sleep with the window door open. When we have a store to buy anything, you know, lock the door. Enough time I left all my key and I lock outside. I forget it and I tell my sleep and wake up and when you open the door, there's another Vicky outside. Nobody now come in, come kick down the door for nothing. No walk in the drive any car one night on the road or whatever. I go over here and set up a blood pressure and I went and grew up. To the people of Jamaica.
Some of them vex with me because they come back on my channel. Now I'm gonna have a lot of people on my channel watching me.
Yes, your views drop. Your views drop because you know I talk with the one here.
Them vex with me because what happened, you know, because I tell them say no better barrel, no better hearing, PNP no investigate nobody. And me now come from here go send up my blood pressure on nobody. Because if the if the people didn't answer enough for themselves, why should I come over here to kill myself over them? Mad.
No, listen. This gentleman come up a while ago said, we should go to Jamaica with protest.
I know him sister man, or somebody else sister.
Oh, somebody else sister, one gentleman sister then. We should come to Jamaica with protest. And who don't have a stand up with me? You think that if we take up this and go to the side team, I tell you to go down there with and who let Jamaica come up for stand up side away?
They're not gonna come out, but if a famous singer say you know go they go protest against whatever and go there, yeah man, the boss this you know the guys the boss this you know the boss out with the boss you know Better than me.
Jesus Christ, this guy, I don't know, I don't know. I don't know. I'm sitting on there listening and I said, listen. Okay,
Look, some of the Jamaican people, you see,
mm-hmm.
have a crab in a barrel mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them who live overseas, all they do is set up, you know what, this will make a shut my mouth.
Jeffrey, the thing about it is that we are the one who are balling on rent. You know, people might have said, we're going to go and change money for YouTube and YouTube appeal, so that's why I want to come up and I go and say, but let me tell you something. We here are more concerned and worried on the people of Jamaica. We love the country and them the way they all and all is just get up and exist. And that's it. No better, no better, not there, no better, not there, no better, not there. So it can from a barn. That I saw JLP done, I said PLP done, and it's like they dumb down, they don't try to read, they don't try to get knowledge. Then I can listen to only talk facts. But me could talk some skin out, sit down with them with politicians and then with you and all of them something. Your views, so many times I watch you. But when it comes to the real issue, who hold the government accountable, the injustice in Jamaica, you know how much case police killing, politicians in a corruption and sitting and all of them something they behind the back burner. And nobody in Jamaica now get up with black card and not take it out for themselves. But my always say, no boss, I'm going to keep a absolute party out of crossroad. It block off. No, sir. Jeffrey. No. I'm not telling you, I don't know. You feel so bad Jamaica Jesus will be not run me because I couldn't deal with them. Yeah, we couldn't deal with them. Yeah. So we have more for this one. And trust me. Oh, strong. Jamaica Labour Party is the worst thing that ever created or happened to Jamaica. It two of them have been fought, but the one area running around, it is the worst thing in the Caribbean. And then people have no shame, no morals, no integrity. And then get up and then talk to the people and make them look like say, we don't have no sense as I say we are eventually an idiot. We don't have no mother going to market, we don't have no brains to think. What them people take people for? Something have to done. And we are born for America, we are born for better land like Queen America to come take over. America now come now, man. I'm no queen, I'm no king now come take over nothing. And we are sovereign countries. We have to stand up for ourselves. See, that's the one fine line when they're going on out and see. And not a soul no title. What else you about with after this?
Hello,
What else you about after this?
I say it already, I say any day they find oil in Jamaica, God help you, that's it for us.
Okay. Let me see how that happen. See like our Congo and the African country riot and tribal war or whatever. Yeah, let's see what happened now, Jamaica. Alright.
Alright, my brother.
So let's see it. Alright, Jeffrey. Keep up the good work here, sir.
Yeah, man.
What's up, yes, sir?
Cool. This is where we're going to stay so long for the afternoon because that's it for the day. We'll come on tomorrow, hopefully. I want to say thank you all for coming on. Thank you all for being a part of this program. Will the mother of Mario Deane ever get justice? We have a twiddly dum commissioner of police. We have a minister of national insecurity who believe that the Jamaican people are a bunch of idiots. And I will say this to you, Minister Chang. We're not idiots. Don't take us for one. Don't you dare insult our integrity. Don't you dare insult our integrity. What you need to do, Minister of National Security, is to tender your resignation. You're a disgrace to the police force or to the Ministry of National Security. You're the worst Minister of National Security this country has ever seen. And you must resign. If we do a history on you, sir, Jamaica's crime pandemic is worse under your watch. And I do not know why the Prime Minister of this country don't see it fit to tell you to resign. You're a disgrace as a minister. You are a disgrace as a minister. My fellow Jamaicans, that's all I have to say this afternoon. May God bless you. May God bless Jamaica land we love. May you continue to be the voice of the Jamaican people. May you continue to fight for us. Remember, come August 30th, let me go back for it. 30 August 30. The OLJDF will be having a protest in New York, headed by the fearless leader, Wilfred Rattigan. Here we go.
Well-thinking Jamaicans should raise their voice in concert.
One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation invites all Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica to raise our voices in protest against corruption, crime, poverty, failed health care, poor education, and more injustice taking place in Jamaica. This takes place on Friday, August the 30th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And this takes place at the Jamaican Consulate at the corner of East 41st Street and 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, New York. Remember, all Jamaicans and all friends of Jamaica, come and raise your voices in protest against all injustices taking place in Jamaica. Let's all come out in support to make Jamaica a better place.
Well-thinking Jamaicans should raise their voice in concert.
One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation invites all Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica to raise our voices in protest against corruption, crime, poverty, failed health care, poor education, and more injustice taking place in Jamaica. This takes place on Friday, August the 30th, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And this takes place at the Jamaican Consulate at the corner of East 41st Street and 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, New York. Remember, all Jamaicans and all friends of Jamaica, come and raise your voices in protest against all injustices taking place in Jamaica. Let's all come out in support to make Jamaica a better place.
Well, remember to join them. It will be live on the Mek Wi Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Remember to join Wilfred Rattigan tomorrow on Reason with Rattigan. Going to be an exciting program tomorrow, I was told. So join Wilfred Rattigan tomorrow. Live on Reason with Rattigan tomorrow. I think it's at 3 o'clock US time, 2 o'clock Jamaica time. So join Mr. Wilfred Rattigan tomorrow on Reason with Rattigan. Thank you all very much for coming on. Thank you all for being a part of the Mek Wi Talk program. And we will continue to stand up for this country when it comes on to corruption.
But I tell you this, we're not going to stand by and say those who are corrupt go unpunished. We expect arrests to be made. Low officials forget arrests. Connected party people forget arrest. We expect the police to do their job. We expect transparency. We expect accountability. and we will not rest until justice is done by the people of Jamaica. But I tell you this, we're not going to stand by and say those who are corrupt go unpunished. We expect arrests to be made. Low officials forget arrests. Connected party people forget arrests. We expect the police to do their job. We expect transparency. We expect accountability. And we will not rest until justice is done by the people of Jamaica.
Every month you get an extra 500 allowance.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, Mek Wi Talk, my people, Mek Wi Talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Mek Wi Talk, people, Mek Wi Talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, Mek Wi Talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Mek Wi Talk.